to get air supremacy, air dominance in the first month is could well end up being the thing that a lot of people point to of if Russia could have done that, then all of a sudden you just start they could have doubled or tripled down on what they were doing, which was just taking the country apart bit by bit, bomb by bomb. They would have been able to just inflict so much more damage. And they already did. We already know how much damage they've inflicted, but the fact that they never fully, the fact that they're still, the fact that Ukraine can still operate fast jets and helicopters should be viewed as criminal to the Russian high command, but they just never did it. And it's not like they didn't know where these like places where they're operating aircraft from are. They've got all the maps. They've not. It's not like Ukraine's built more runways in the last 30 years. Hell, they've got satellites. This isn't rocket science. So yeah, I think when when the history books get written, um, I can only help but think that will be a big bullet point that the 12th graders will have to memorize.
Oh yeah, and to add to that, like the technology differences between Ukrainian aircraft and Russian aircraft, like what Ukraine's using generation or two generations behind, and they're still kicking Russia's ass in every single fucking dogfight. It just comes down to a training thing. I do have to go. I appreciate Grammar, everybody here. It was good to have a space where everybody was together again. I'll pop in tonight if you're still doing this, Grammar. Everybody take it easy.
Sounds good.
See you, man. Have fun.
See you, Spook. No, but I think to the conversation about the aircraft, right? And I'm trying to find it because I'm almost positive Rob Lee was the one who shared it. He shared a Washington Wall Street Journal, I believe it was. No, wait, hold on. Okay, here it is. No, it's from The Economist, and so I'm just going to read it. He said, a Ukrainian military intelligence source says that the success of the offensives was contingent on American-supplied HARM anti-radiation missiles. And then it's also said it also relied, the offensive, right? It said it also relied on surface-to-air system that threatened Russian aircraft. Ukrainian sources singled out the German Gepard, a set of anti-aircraft gun on tracks. This threat left Russia reluctant to deploy air power when it did, it suffered losses. Unconfirmed reports suggest that at least one Russian fighter jet and two helicopters were down during Ukrainian operations. Russian aircraft have reportedly struggled to distinguish between Russian and Ukrainian units in the fighting, and with the front line shifting rapidly. Again, I mean, so to kind of tie it in, so one, I guess, Ukrainian utilizing combined arms very successfully to achieve their objective, right? Ensuring that they have good air defense coverage while they're doing offensive operations. But two is to kind of what Wolverine was suggesting and talking about, right? Is this that the Russians, and I know if we had Craig here, he would beat this to death because he's the one who brought this up very well. Is that they just do not utilize air power to the same way as the U.S. military, right? In the U.S. military, we achieve air dominance, and then we heavily focus on close air to support to our ground units, and we stack our forces, our aircraft accordingly to make sure that we can do multiple strikes while the ground formations are moving forward. The Russians just don't do that. I mean, yeah, it's basically an indirect fire system, or they're just very inaccurate when they conduct strikes. They do not have precision-guided munitions, and then, and honestly, they're just not trained. They're just not a well-trained air force to what we would expect, let alone the U.S., but just NATO standard. I mean, I guarantee you can easily point out, Italian, French, Greek, Turkish, Czech, anybody who's been in NATO, anybody who's deployed in Afghanistan with aircraft forward, probably have a more competent air force and better ability to do air-ground coordination via JTACs than the Russians, right? And so, I mean, again, you can have fancy equipment, but it's irrelevant if you're just not trained accordingly or utilize those assets to its maximum effect. And then I think that's the problem with the Russians. I mean, they haven't utilized their forces effectively, and they're just not trained. And that's what we're seeing is after over 6 to 7 months of war and just absolute degradation of combat power that the Russians have suffered, and now it's hitting them in the ass right now. That the Ukrainians, and I've seen reports already, right? I think even the Ukrainians are surprised of just how weak the Russian military was in Kharkiv and in the rest of the Donbass. And what we have seen the Russians do for the last month has been achieve minimal, very minimal territorial gains, but suffering significant amount of casualties, continuously launching very small scale offensives that had no chance of having huge impact on the ground. But what that does is it degrades combat power. So the Ukrainians are exploiting a weakness, and they went after it. And I think that's what we're seeing.
So now for something completely different. Just to kind of, maybe we can roundtable this. There's the allegations, and I think we shouldn't call them more than that, that north of Vovchansk, Russian or Ukrainian forces actually crossed the border into Belgorod Oblast and were able to, launch some mortar strikes before they retreated back, taking some, material they'd stolen. I've talked to a couple folks. They're saying the answers range from either, I don't know about that, to fuck no, that's impossible. So have you guys heard anything more on that? I'll try and pull up the actual name of the town, but it was north of Volchansk.
I mean, it's blowing up on Twitter. Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of in Telegram. It's blowing up. I mean, it could be a case of Russia trying to then later on say, "Oh, we defeated a Ukrainian." I mean, similar to like before Russia invaded, kind of like this false flag to get a sense of victory. But I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, there has been not regularly, but there have been cases of Ukrainian, units going into Russian territory to do quick raids, ambushes, attacks, and then quickly retreating back into Ukraine. I mean, so it's not unheard of, really, that something like that happened. I think it's just been blowing up on Twitter, and it's coming from Russian sources. So again, anything from Russia, you always have to just take it with a grain of salt, even if it's good for Ukraine, until you get more information. But I don't think you're going to get more than that now. Oh, and I see Nuno's down there. Nuno, come up.
Nuno.
Yes, Summer bring Nuno. Now I think almost the entire OG crew's here.
I know, it's crazy.
Sorry, you got me as a pesky newbie here. Sorry to break up the original crowd.
You're always welcome.
Taking it for this whole time. I don't know any of these people.
Yeah, language didn't exist back then.
You're semi-OG. Yeah.
I was still doing radio stuff when you guys were all cool on Twitter.
Oh yeah, and then we became the bad guys.
Yeah, that wasn't my call. But yeah, so what we are seeing though to the north, and this is the big question. There's partisan activity in Volchansk. Has anybody seen anything regarding Rubizhna to the southwest of Volchansk across the Seversky Donets River? Because Ukrainian forces were within like half a kilometer of Russian lines a month ago. That was just where the lines were drawn. They weren't really pushing. If Ukraine is able to break through Rubizhna and push up to Volchansk from there, then effectively, what would they be able to do? Probably not a whole lot, but the morale impact on Russian forces would be tremendous because now, oh my God, we're being hit from two sides, right? Has anybody seen anything there?
I haven't. Good evening, everyone. I haven't. Nothing from that direction.
I mean, I think it's just. I think it's just too much information is coming out. I mean, I don't think anybody has seen something like this since February 24th when this invasion started. I mean, it's just complete information overload and just trying to figure out what's going on. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, language to your point, but I have not seen anything yet. But I'm so far behind, and I was just on a 2-hour flight, so I'm like, it's going to take me 10 hours just to catch up. Yeah,
the Ukrainians are just outside of Belgorod now. Catch up. No, but.
There's a bridge north of Rubizhny. Does anyone know the condition of that bridge?
I want to say that bridge was hit, but Russian forces were still able to cross the river in some capacity there. Just based on where we've seen strikes over the last while, I don't think that bridge was blown. I'm fairly confident that bridge
Where's
is still
that
up.
bridge at? Are you talking about?
Disregard my last. That bridge was reported destroyed in May, and then there was a pontoon bridge. So this is just to the north. If you start in Rubizhna, not the city near Severodonetsk, but the one northeast of Kharkiv. So for all of those listening, that's Rubizhne in Kharkiv Oblast. You follow the road just northeast from there to Verkhna Sayarivka. There's a bridge there. Somebody's telling me now that bridge was destroyed in May, but there were some pontoons up, and Russia was trying to reinforce most of their stuff here from the northern roads as well. So, we'll see, but that's all we know now. As far as the functional bridge, that's been gone, at least as of some, 4 months ago. What's happened to it since then, I have no idea.
Have we documented the occupational administration allegedly evacuating out to Belgorod, out to Volchansk?
I've heard that they've been pulling out of Volchansk, and there's enough of a traffic jam on the border that's been going on for about a day and a half now with either pro-Russian citizens or occupation officials that they're having a whole boondoggle about that. They're complaining that people are essentially just being stuck there at the border. It's the same thing that happened to DPR, LPR soldiers when Ukraine pushed north from Kharkiv the first time. So it seems likely. From what I've heard, though, they haven't completely pulled out to Belgorod. We've seen guys in Donetsk pull out to Horlivka to the northeast, and we've seen a collection point on the far side of the river in Kupiansk where Russian forces have been brought back. That's somewhere near Kurylivka. They basically just got a helicopter, got the important people out as everything was falling around them.
Just had a quick look at we've gone full circle. I'm back to looking at the Belgorod road on Google Maps, looking at the traffic data, and yeah, there's definitely a shit ton of stuff moving around there at the moment. It's all fucking orange.
Well, there's
We are
also...
back to February 24th, looking at the traffic around.
Yeah, I know. I can't remember who sent it to me, but somebody did send me an imagery from Belgrade of vehicles, and they're running. I mean, civilian traffic. It was a specific imagery in Belgrade that just showed Russians are fleeing the city. The traffic was just insane.
Well, there were some reports I saw where it said that the trying to pull it up on the map. It's a city that's not far south. It's a little bit south of Volchansk. Was taken by the Ukrainians, and I'm actually trying to pull it up. But there was they had actually listed like 2 or 3 different cities out there that the Ukrainian forces had Buhaivka was one of them. They said that the Ukrainian forces had taken Buhaivka, which I don't know, it looks like maybe 10 to 15, maybe no more than 20 miles south of Volchansk. And there was one other one, but I don't remember the other town that they may have taken up there.
I mean, if they've taken Buhaivka, that's on the other side of the river.
Yeah.
That's on the T2104 south of. Oh.
Yeah, it's T2104.
Does that mean they're across at Stary Saltiv then?
So they were reports. Sorry.
That's why I'm trying to remember what was the other town, because they had said, you know what, it may have been that one. It may have been Stary Saltiv, and then I think one of these other towns might be Zarichny. I can't remember if that was the other one that may have been mentioned, but there were two. There was a town that wasn't too far from Buhaivka. As they said, it's either maybe that one or maybe it was Verkhny Saltiv. I can't remember which one it said.
So there's been reports from Visegrad, which sometimes they're a little more hit or miss, that Ukraine managed to cross the river east of Stary Saltiv in at least 3 areas, managing to take Martov, Khotmila, Zarichny, and Gontarivka. I haven't heard a lot more of that from folks on the ground, so I'm going to continue to be a bit of a wet blanket there. What is more likely than Ukraine crossing the river, though, is them pushing up from Shevchenkov, because I would be astonished if the Russian forces that have been hanging out north of there near Novi Burlak, Artemivka, Martov, that whole sort of eastern terminus of the Seversky Donetsk big reservoir there, they've had defenses focused towards the west where the Ukrainians were. I doubt they have a tremendous amount of defenses focused towards the east that are stopping this kind of lightning raids that we're seeing by the Ukrainian forces. So I could see Ukraine pushing up from the south, but I mean, Ukraine pushed across from Stary Saltiv a couple months ago. They got all the way up to Zarichny, Metalivka, and just got shot at in the forest by snipers and a lot of other stuff. Had to ultimately pull back. I don't know if the bridge was blown or not, but that area has been constantly shelled every other day or so. So until we see actual pictures from the east bank of the river, I would say maybe take it with a bit of a grain of salt.
I am seeing some more, like I'm hearing from my friends in Rubizhny type reports. To be clear, I'm seeing more like rumors that people are hearing from, saying they're hearing from sources on the ground in Rubizhny. That's starting to, like, I hadn't, and that's only started coming up in about the last 20 to 30 minutes, those types of, like, specifically mentioning Rubizhny. So, again, it's just people saying they're hearing, so definitely got to wait to see for sure. But usually the reason why I mention that so specifically is that there's different types of rumors, and what kind of pans out to be kind of more credible and ends up being more accurate. And those types of, I'm hearing from friends or family in the area and stuff like that, doesn't always turn out to be 100% accurate, but it is an indication that it's a little bit more than misinfo or disinfo or, just somebody talking shit. So definitely gonna be refreshing those feeds a lot right now.
Just to chime in on this, the plethora of information that we're all grappling with, I put in the nest this update that Zelensky has stated that they've captured around 2,000 square kilometers of territory, which is more than 1,000 from even earlier in the day. And also another bit of an update on the Donetsk airport really isn't clear. So I think that's probably somewhere to keep a watch in the next few hours.
Yeah, they had about 2,000 kilometers captured yesterday, or total since then. So it may not necessarily all be stuff from today. As far as the Donetsk airport, with a guy down there who's a little bit further north, closer towards Bakhmut, they speak of it with almost like a religious reverence of taking that thing back, and he's still not sure that's happening. So I'm just going to assume that there's fighting ongoing. He says that's possible, but as far as having completely taken it, the man would be losing his mind online, and so far he's not.
So, Language, in your mind, when did this offensive really begin? Because I wasn't aware of clear momentum around it late last night, but maybe I'm a bit behind on it next to you.
On the Bakhmut side of things, or towards Donetsk proper, you mean?
Yeah, Donetsk proper.
So there's been stuff because we have to remember that the airport itself is not a huge distance from the front lines here. Around the town of Optin, Vesely, Pisky, there was, just south of Avdiivka here, a very large Ukrainian defense structure they nicknamed the Anthill. They've been setting it up since 2014, 2015. Tons of tunnels, like 1 meter, 2-3 meters deep, concrete. And the Russians fought over that for a month until finally they just leveled it with, it was either heavy artillery or, airdrop bombs. It's unclear. But they destroyed it enough that the Ukrainians pushed back. Russians pushed in on that. And then at some point in the last 24, 48 hours, Ukrainian forces pushed against them. And it appears that, as we're seeing across the line, Russian forces were not prepared for the speed and the violence of action that Ukrainian troops could bring to bear, and thus their instinctual reaction was to pull back. I think that's what we've been seeing a lot. We're not generally seeing pitched battles with Russian defenders fighting to the last. We're seeing them realize, oh shit, we haven't seen Ukrainian tanks in this number since we were blowing them up on the highways in late February. So we don't want to deal with this, plus all the other rumors floating around Russian Telegram. There's a huge morale victory being won here that is translating into Russian less willing to actually go on the offensive or the defensive when they get the chance. Does that kind of answer the question?
Yeah, no. So in your mind, just to summarize for others, it's a combination of Russian desertification and withdrawal as much as it is the clear and consistent push through from the Ukrainians.
Yes. And
Yeah, no, I would agree.
Yeah, that's perfect. Ocean Engineer, you got your hand up next, and then I think it was Nuno, and then All Source.
Just on the thought that if they've pushed all the way up from, going back to thinking about Volchansk and Rubizhny, and if they've pushed up all the way from the south, instead of, have we, again, echoes of the start of this? If they've moved up from Shevchenko, probably said that wrong. Are we now seeing the Ukrainians perfect the art of the Thunder Run?
I think we're seeing what war is going to look like. I think there's an argument to be made now between this and Afghanistan, again, against a very specific kind of force in both of those, that if you have the violence of action, like I'm sure Wolverine can talk more to, that's more of a Marine thing. If you have the violence of action and a good, PR presence as you're doing it, then you're just going to rout your enemy. You're not going to have these groups choosing to stay and fight and die because they can see on their phones that their buddy the next village over stopped talking 30 minutes ago, and their buddy 2 villages over stopped talking an hour ago, and it's starting to worm around in their head that this may not be the place they want to bleed out.
I mean, we saw this also, let's not forget, we saw this in 2014 in Iraq with ISIS in the push of Mosul. And I remember there was a phenomenal report I remember reading. It was an unclassified report that they kind of distributed. I think it was the Army, I can't remember the group right now, but basically what they were saying is how ISIS used psychological warfare to basically seize Mosul with 800 fighters. And although, there was quote unquote 2 division of Iraqi soldiers, obviously a lot of that there was not there, but it was just a complete rout, and because of fear and terror, they fled. And I think what that shows is not necessarily the utilization of, let's say, psyops and aggressiveness per se to kind of force the enemy to retreat. I just think is that whoever the defender is, in this case, let's say Russia or the Afghan government against the Taliban, or back then the Iraqi military against ISIS, what it shows is if you don't have a well-equipped, trained army that is properly supplied and has high morale, these things are not that shocking. And I think what the problem, though, we all kind of come into this, right? And when we analyze it, especially a lot of the guys here who are in the Western militaries, we see this and we're like, well, this doesn't make any sense. But I think we just forget, one, we're a professionalized military, right? From, let's say, Nuno, Portugal, U.S. military, U.K. military. We're all this professional type of military. But what we forget to realize is it's not easy to get a professional military. We just assume it is because we're part of it. And then I think that kind of has that analytical bias when we do this analysis, and especially before February 24th and now with this offensive, is that we tend to kind of put the OPFOR, let's say, who we're seeing as the enemy, when we're trying to analyze them, we try to analyze it how we would fight. And I think that's a problem. But it's very hard to understand, right, how the Russian military is. You can get reports and you can kind of have an understanding, but in the end of the day, your inherent reaction is, well, these guys are going to defend and fight because that's what we do. Especially the U.S. military, for us, being on the defense doctrinally, is you're on the defense until you can go on the offense. It's literally there. Like, you're not supposed to be on the defense for long. It's just a time until you can go back on the offensive. And so I think that's something that we just kind of have to understand, that we're going to be kind of surprised by this, especially Russia, which we all thought was this, massive bear, and it's just, they're fucking pathetic. And that's why we see that. I do want to just say one note. I'm going to get some dinner. I'll be right back, and I'll join the space once I'm done, but I'll be back in about 30 minutes to an hour.
See you soon, man.
I have to agree with all sorts on this, because we've been analyzing much of this operation by the Russians, on how we would do it. And for me, for instance, is completely bonkers, let's put it this way, for lack of a better term, how the Russian Air Force, being the only thing that could shift this battle or stem this, is not flying aggressively. Doesn't matter if Ukraine has a lot of man pads and a lot of SAMs on site. They should be flying aggressively to cover for their troops. Even in retreat, They should be flying aggressively. And if this isn't happening, I know any air force in NATO or any air force would fly aggressively to support their troops, even in a retrograde operation. In this case, the Russian Air Force is missing in action. It's totally missing in action, which is completely amazing. Another amazing piece of information is the Russians had, by this afternoon, as far as I can tell, troops trying around Bakhmut doing their usual operations, which is completely mind-blowing stuff, right? You have this front collapsing, and you keep some forces trying to storm Bakhmut and other objectives along the line. It's completely bonkers.
I would add to that, just as someone, if we zoom out, I can add a little bit more value. This is the most notable toe-to-toe kind of conflict we've seen in years, arguably since the Second World War, really, because up until this point, the Russians have not been facing proportionately equivalently powerful entities. They've been going up against...
You're breaking up bad. It's either that or, I don't know, is Grammar having problems connecting?
It was okay.
I can hear Peter okay.
Is it me or
It's your fault.
Grammar?
It's Wolverine.
Oh, okay. See, so yeah, okay. What was I saying? No, what I was trying to say was that Russia's...
Anybody else hear me?
We can hear you, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, Wolverine can hear us.
Mercury is in the Gatorade.
Grammar.
Go ahead, Peter. I'll kick him out and bring him back in.
Grammar.
Oh, okay. But let me know when I can talk.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, I don't know. It was, if I thought I was saying something that was triggering Wolverine. I was like, oh dear. No, what was I going to say? No, just looking at their actions in Syria or in Chechnya, or in Georgia, all of these sorts of these are very lopsided operations, and even in Chechnya, where people were like, "Oh, their actions in Grozny, it's so powerful," and they're sort of it's not a fair comparison, and people still looked. Russia was very good at sort of leveraging the former Soviet Union's might and reach as a way to sort of make everyone think that it was the second most powerful military. And now that we see it actually go up against a force that has been fully training this for 8 years with the input of NATO, and not just one specific military, but a multitude of different, well-established, coordinated entities, really, I think, reveals the shoddiness of their vertical and horizontal command structure, the terrible status and condition of their actual equipment, and generally the disconnect between the military and the political, which in this regard is so important if you're trying to conduct an operation of this scale and at this speed. But just that's my thoughts.
Here's something funny. A minesweeper equipped a Ukrainian T-64, I'm trying to upload a video of it now on crappy internet, rammed a Russian BMP and shredded it.
Oh, I think I saw that.
Yeah, there's some craziness going on there. Jason, you got your hand up there. Please go ahead while there's a little pause.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm not sure if everyone had seen, the cruise missile strike on Dnipro overnight. But yeah, there were 2 missiles that were fired, Kh-59s at Dnipro City. And one was intercepted. The other one struck a factory there and destroyed all the warehouses around that factory. No casualties were reported. So they've wasted another 2. I think they're like $1.5 million each. So good. They've wasted 2 more precision strike capable cruise missiles on nothing. So they're out that infrastructure there, but it's better than being out civilians. And that factory was a plastic window factory. I talked to a girl who was in a basement hiding out in Dnipro today about it.
that's definitely one of the failures that I think we've seen. I'm sure some of the other guys have got something to say on that. Is when they have got the equipment to use or the weapons to use, they're using them in. I'm going to use a term in an emotional way. They're trying to get a reaction out of it. They're using them against as they're lashing out, rather than where we may sit down, come up with a tactical strike, look at something which we can use strategically. They're just trying to commit more war atrocities.
Right, which I'm so glad that no one was hurt and no one was killed. Though the governor himself announced that. So, and that's two less of a very valuable weapon that they are used to using, that they have less now. So it cannot be used against civilians anywhere else. That's really all I was going to say.
Oh my gosh, the Defense of Ukraine Twitter account, their official account. Oh my god. I'm gonna put it in the nest. I cannot do this justice by attempting to describe it. Just go look for yourselves. Hold on.
They've been on fire the last few days. They've just been trolling Russia totally.
So this thing, because I don't know what happened. I had to get out and then come back in. I don't know why Twitter don't like me. Anyways, the strike that Jason was just talking about. Do they know what kind of weapon system it was by chance?
They put it down as a KH-59 cruise missile, 2 of them.
Okay, because I know one problem they're having is with the Iskanders. They only have like 200 Iskander missiles or rockets left, and they have they literally can put. They can't even put one rocket on every launcher that they have. They can only do one rocket on like half of them that they have, because you're going to actually see them resorting more to S-300s, because I guess they've got 30 years worth of stockpile of S-300 missiles. So I guess they're going to be using those in place
They have been using them in lob mode. They have been using them in lob mode, but those are fragmentation warheads, right? So,
yeah, but when it hits the ground, but the thing is depending on how they set it, because I'm not too familiar with how their systems are. If it's a fragmentation warhead, okay, cool. But if they can set it to do an air burst, like say 20 feet above target, that's actually a perfect weapon system, because any kind of troop displacement out of them. I mean, yeah, some got overhead cover and stuff like that, but there's a lot of the trenches and other stuff you don't, and air burst munition would just screw them so bad.
Matthew at I Am the War X said, "Bros, it's totally normal to lose an entire army to encirclement after a breakthrough collapses a front 6 months into your 72-hour special military operation."
To take us down a slight note, I mean, it is very, very funny. This is in many respects, the Russian copium machine is just wonderful to watch it just flail as it tries to explain what should in theory be impossible and was never part of the plan. But I mean, I think Christo Grotzev has made an important point that, however, and I can contextualize it further in what I've shared in the nest, is that however good this feels, in the months and weeks to come, we're going to find horrific just atrocities that have been committed in these places. Like,
I can't believe they're using coffins to build defensive positions. I hope they at least took the bodies out of them.
Yeah.
Well, they use them so they slide in.
This is going to be pretty grim. It's almost kind of, your equivalent would be kind of when people finally realized what was happening in Rwanda, like the same thing that kind of what happened when people were able to take the areas outside.
They experienced the weirdest, freakiest weather that I've ever seen in 27 years of living where I live at.
Does that explain your connection issues? But Yeah, engineer. It is definitely. I've already seen a couple things to indicate, but it's going to be hard.
Yeah, there's that, and there's also with the push going on as well. The Ukrainian aren't going to be taking all this land and everything without taking losses, and there's going to be a lot come out from that as well. So that's something else we've got to be wary of. I know Germany put a request into The Hague regarding Article 63, I think it was, of the ICJ for allegations of genocide. And it's come out, I think, today or yesterday that Sweden have done the same as well. So it seems like there's a political will and effort to start that process for when Ukraine eventually do kick Russia's ass out of there. Peter, I think you had your hand up next.
Well, I mean, it was partially a question, but also you sort of were going into it anyway. But my question was, this is an open source, space, but my background is much more broader picture. I don't want to bore people to death if they're not interested in that dynamic. But there were a couple of things that I wanted to potentially mention, and if people want to explore them or share their own thoughts, I'd be curious with that. But just to broaden out a little bit, if that's okay. But since you're on the ICJ front, that is going to be an important point. But there's two major issues with that, and that is they're called the United States and Britain, given that neither of them fully ratified and are part of it. So to utilize the full weight of the ICJ is going to be limited because of the disconnection between the Western countries in that regard. There's a very disparate association between certain countries and organizations. NATO, the EU, the United States are one thing, but then when you're going into international law and other transnational bodies, that can be quite challenging. So I don't know. I'm not sure how much will come from that. Hopefully something, but just that's where my mind immediately goes with that one.
Hey guys, how you doing? Glad I could join. Thanks for getting me up, Grammar. So good to see you again.
Who let the Canadian in?
Yeah, who let the Canadian in? It's great to see everybody. I'm really happy with what's going on, certainly in Izium, and I haven't seen any photos as of yet regarding major war crimes, but I'm just bracing myself. I think we ought to brace. I don't know if anybody else has seen anything, but I'm bracing myself. If you guys haven't seen this yet, it's unconfirmed reports that within the last few minutes, the Ukrainian forces have managed to capture Donetsk airport after Russian forces retreated. And so I've been in the shop. For those who don't know me, I'm a regular in the spaces. I run the Balma report. I'm a military specialist for the Carleton County area in Eastern Canada, in New Brunswick. I'm a military specialist historian, and I'm also I'm an autism advocate as well. And so that's some within the last hour. So yeah.
We were talking about that a bit, just to be perfectly blunt, from some of the people I've chatted with who are,
there's been a lot of stuff, Aaron, about that.
They're
no one's
saying not
actually been able
to believe the
confirm
rumors.
anything. Language learner, language was actually talking about that earlier, and a lot of us were like, until we something confirmed, because there we got I saw a report. I've seen some different stuff where they said that the Ukrainians were north of Donetsk airport still in a place called Vesel, I believe it was. It's a railroad. They got a big railroad junction up there, and then they had something where they said that DNR units had finished clearing out the airport there. So right now it's a lot of it. I think everybody is, because no one can get any really good information on that yet, and no one
Yeah.
is really so. I think everybody kind of like right now on the Donetsk airport. I think everybody's on a consensus like, yeah, it's possible they could have, but until we see something like from the Ukrainian side or like some actual video that's current and not from 2014, I think that everybody's just kind of on the let's see and wait what actually happens until we get some better info with the Donetsk airport.
I totally agree. I think it's gonna be probably a few days. We could get confirmation anytime, but I doubt it, just because of the operational security. With everything is kind of meant to be a smoke screen right now. But I want to say, Samuel Romani put up that Zelensky has confirmed Ukraine has liberated 2,000 kilometers of territory in its counteroffensive. Now,
there was an update to that. It's square kilometers, 2,000 square kilometers.
Yeah, as high as maybe 2,500 square kilometers. Now, square kilometers would actually make more sense. They had to update to that, and then, of course, and that he just put that on just a few minutes ago, and I'm just getting more stuff in. Even Sarah Cirillo put up, for those asking me about Moscow access being restricted, it doesn't seem too bad right now. Roads from Kharkiv through the border and then north are all clear. I'll let y'all know in the morning when I arrive. So yeah, she's obviously making a joke here, Moscow or bust. But they're kicking ass.
I would ask her if she can to watch what's going on northeast of Kharkiv. That'd be because of a lot of the different reports we've seen coming out of there, because we've heard that they're pulling Russian units out of Vashchansk, into Belgorod. We've also seen that the reports of the Ukrainians have actually pushed up to, oh god damn it, what was that stupid place again? Hold on. I forgot what the name of it. I look, I got the map here, I think. Oh, Buhaivka, I believe is the name. They crossed down by Stary Saltiv. They crossed the river and then pushed up, and they made it to, at least some of the stuff we've seen is up. They made it up to Buhaivka at least. And from the map, it looks like maybe that Voshank is maybe 10 to 20 miles north of there. And we've heard, people are leaving Voshank, pushing up into Belgorod.
So texting, I didn't. This is second person, but they sent me copies of the text. So that's as close as I'm going to get to actually chatting with some of these guys in Belgorod. Somebody asked, did any of this happen? And the guy went, that's essentially bullshit. Fuck off. So one data point, who knows? The guy's not in the specific
you gotta
area.
have somebody sitting around there dicking on your computer. I can hear it in the background.
Can you hear me now?
Wolverine, can you hear your language there?
I think he was talking to someone else. Golden pop mic going on.
Kick it
All
out.
right.
No worries, brother.
You did their intel.
So yeah,
Hey,
basically
what they say
saying,
about my language?
Yep. No. He's saying I didn't hear what you were saying there. But as far as whatever's happening north of Vovchansk, Russians,
I
Belgorod,
really don't have a filter for my language.
Yeah, but they're basically saying that Ukraine offensive there. He hasn't heard anything of it. Again, this guy isn't in that specific area. It's claimed to have been struck with some hit and run attack, but you have to think there'd be some pictures of it if they're running into Russia, blowing shit up and leaving. Because we've seen pictures of all the other ones, and when the Russians do get hit in Russia, they complain like you wouldn't believe on Telegram about how it's so vastly unfair that they're getting killed in their own country.
What a shock.
Kind of unrelated, but since Wolverine just said something about a filter on language, I now want to see language with I want to put a copy filter over your avatar language so we can filter our language.
Very funny.
Wolverine,
I'm
you need to
not
unplug
getting-
your connection.
Yeah, they gotta have some kind of comic relief.
Yeah, I've been kind of doing a bit more scouring on Rubizhny, and there doesn't seem to be a huge amount of what I can put down as kind of what I would call as anything that's useful. Armchair Warlord is presumably coping pretty hard at the moment, given that he is just between him and Lyra, they are crying and saying, you know it's going well when all they can say is don't trust the Americans. They screwed up Afghanistan. They really are doing the maximum amount of deflection at the moment. We can only wait and see.
Hey, Intel,
I
where are
would
you at now?
expect things to begin to slow
Like
down
what
soon.
state?
Sorry?
Wolverine, can you hear anyone else?
He's all alone in his little world.
His head is stuck in the jar, but
And
What
funny,
is
you
it now?
from elsewhere in the world, a Taliban helicopter just crashed in Kabul.
Oh wow!
Turns out you
It's
can
just
have
my
the
connection's
machinery, but
really
if you don't
bad.
have the mechanics.
That's freaking hilarious. I'm just looking at that and I'm like, oh crap. Oh man. Oh, somebody's got to teach him how to fly. Actually, no, don't.
Teach you how to fly.
It's the Taliban.
Taliban just
Hey,
crashed.
they already had a Black Hawk flying once. That's bad enough.
Wait.
Have we?
Wait, the Taliban are using the vehicles? I wasn't aware of that.
Well, they
Yeah,
were
they're
trying
flying.
to.
When they first took over, they actually had a video of them. It's probably like one of the Afghan army guys that they like, hey, fly this, we're going to kill you. But they did have a Black Hawk flying after the Taliban took over.
Damn. Oh.
Yeah, and a couple of the smaller, like Little Bird type aircraft, I think. Does anyone have a bead on Lysychansk?
I just put in. Take a look. I just put in the nest. Intel Crab just posted. I'm literally speechless. The boys are back at the Lysychansk refinery. No opposition, no resistance. It's actually pure bliss. Like, wow, that's really cool. I mean, that's right now. That's almost as verified as what we're gonna get until we get some more intel up. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I trust Crab.
The Lysychansk refinery is not at Lysychansk. It is down the road in Verkhnokamianka. And there's been a slow rolling offensive that hopefully we haven't all been talking about going through the hills there for a couple of days. So just like listening, they're not technically in the city yet, but this was the Russian strong point where all of their electronic warfare stuff was. So the fact that it's been effectively abandoned is substantial.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sign as they're rolling in says Luhansk Oblast.
Yeah,
so.
I'm wondering if that is actually a verified story. Then if somebody saw it, say, "Oh, yeah," so maybe not.
So yeah,
But if that's on the main route in towards Lysychansk.
This is right here. Remember that this is that's from Intel Crab. So, I mean, that's the refinery. That's like I just said. That was the refinery. That's not Lysychansk, and just like what Language Learner said. So, I mean, it was there. Did somebody delete it?
Yeah, when and it's not even. I mean, when I clicked on it, it said the tweet was deleted.
Here.
AFP deleted it themselves because they're a big and responsible media company. So yeah, it's gone.
Who is AFP?
It's the French wire company, news wire organization. Think Reuters.
Oh well, it's the French. That explains a lot.
Yeah,
Right
there you
there.
go. Yeah, actually, yeah. Why the hell was I even trying to? Yeah, gosh.
I can't remember what exactly was the context, but I made a joke a couple days ago that Macron
when I was
should
in
give.
Somalia. A lot of us in the Marines don't care for the French sometimes.
Wolverine on fuck your connection. Anyway, I made a joke about Macron giving a Calais. Look, I'm just gonna full on Americanize it. Calais.
Americanaise?
Whatever. Back to England.
I'm not sure we want it anyway at this point.
If you want me to co-host, I can help. It's not letting me. I tried to put that back in the nest. It's not letting me.
They deleted the Intel crap.
Yeah,
Deleted the
when it's been
post.
deleted.
That makes sense now.
Speaking of France and England and everywhere in the world, where are you at, Piotr?
Someday, somebody's going to have to explain to me why the Germans made it that their guns get so fucking dirty.
Shall I just leave that one hanging in the air for a second? Thank you very much for my. This is great Saturday night entertainment. Actually, it's nice to see you guys. I am. I'm in London at the moment. I was at Buckingham on the night of the Queen's passing, and then I went back there on Friday morning. I laid a wreath and flowers, and I was at the City of London earlier today. So in London, you have London is London, but then you have the City of London, which was in Roman times actually slightly different. So they still have the Lord Mayor, and so every time there's a significant major issue to do with state, they always sort of basically grant, like, you know, the new government or a new law or whatever it is. This was just it was known as the accession. So the king gave his oath and he was sworn in, and then the city just sort of acknowledges it. So I just went down there and sort of, I don't know, it's to be there in person. And then I'm going back to DC on Monday, because on Tuesday is the UN General Assembly, this big, monthly or week of the UN every year. And given the Ukrainians' progress today, I'm going to be pretty busy in the next week from the diplomatic front. So yeah, that's where I'll be. So if any of you are in East Coast DC world, let me know. I'd love to touch base with fellow passionate people.
Well, unfortunately, I'm in California getting rained on right now.
Oh, it's raining here. Don't worry, it's Britain. We never don't not rain.
Well, here it's normally like 43 degrees Celsius normally during the daytime, and it's nowhere near that right now.
Where are you in Cully? I was in the wine country earlier last year. I remember.
Out by Napa?
Yeah, no, you didn't go to Napa. It was the other one.
Out by what? Paso Robles?
It begins with M. Is it M?
Oh,
the small one. On the other side of the valley. Why am I forgetting? Anyway, I can't remember. I was there for Halloween. It was really nice.
Oh, no. I got sent up to Napa Valley back in 2017 when they had the fires going on. So we were watching the fires from the Napa Valley County Airport.
I'm looking at a video from Ocean Technical, and up in Indian, there's a whole rack of vehicles. I'm looking at MTLBs, 2S5, Gensense, oh my gosh, Maistas. They've got a whole treasure trove of Russian vehicle equipment.
2S19s or 2S65s?
2S19s. They're 2S19s definitely, and then there's looks like 2A3s, or 2S3s rather. Akatsias, and there's more. Yeah, there's a bunch of different equipment that Russians have just left there. I mean, there's definitely.
Is it a video? You can post? Because I just like to take a look at it.
Yeah,
I'll try and put it in the nest.
Yes, I tried to put it. I put it in the nest, and then it disappeared. Like, he might have deleted it again. It's saying 0 views, but it's like when I click on it, like it's
glitched because there's a lot of stuff in the nest. I've seen that happen before.
Yeah. Okay. I've tried to put it in the nest, and then it keeps getting deleted. I don't know if it's
well,
it's a Twitter shit.
Yeah.
Are you guys
We might
seeing
have
the
broken
Peter,
into it
yeah,
again,
I'm in
guys.
Southern California up in the Mojave Desert. So we're getting hit by it's a tropical depression that was a hurricane. Hurricane K came up the Pacific side of Baja California, turned into a tropical depression, and now we're getting hit by the tropical depression.
Are you guys seeing that in Svatove? That's Svatove, due really southeast of Kupiansk along the PO7. Russian forces, allegedly, their military, have left the
Well, it
town,
looks like
basically
the
leaving the
Russians are going to
collaborators.
be screwed overall no matter what, because they're not going to have a really good chance to rebuild their army. They're literally going to have to be robbing all of those storage areas to get tanks that are not even upgraded, just like basic, like T80s and basic T90s and T72s, and upgrade what they can with what little they have left. But I mean, I could definitely see them, just with the numbers they got. I could definitely see them pulling a couple thousand tanks, but it's not going to be like in a month. It's going to take some while for them to build up their combat for their forces. After all this is going on, the amount of stuff that they've lost to the Ukrainians, yeah, the Russian army is going to be pretty screwed for quite some time, I think.
Well, I'm looking at numbers in Caucasus War Report. So this take this with a grain of salt and always keep our bullshit meters high. But I mean, Kharkiv counteroffensive for the Russian casualties are at least 148 POWs, 96 killed in action. Probably around, it looks like around 160 to 200, probably over 200 vehicles. That's like I mentioned, MLRS, maybe even two, artillery, MTLBs, tanks, IFVs. So they are most likely higher, is what it says in this report, and that's 4 hours old. So it's definitely well over 200 vehicles that they have lost. But like, yeah, I agree with Wolverine. It's going to take them. I don't know, like it's going to take them a long time to recuperate. I mean, the Russians, and then there's a lot of other force matters that come into play here, and even economic.
Well, I think what's also going to end up happening is that, everybody is seeing how well Russian equipment works, and that's a joke, especially their aircraft. And I'm going to be willing to bet that for at least the next decade, the Western arms suppliers are probably going to be getting more orders than they can fill. Because I know India was even saying something, because India, believe it or not, has more T90s in service than the Russians do. I think India bought like 1,800 of them tanks. So they've got more in service than the Russians do. And now they're like, yeah, I think we bought the wrong tank. So they might get some buyer's regret now, even though they probably bought the newest variant.
So, major announcement. I remembered the name of the valley that I went to. It was Sonoma. Yeah, no. On the Indian front, that's a really good point. The Indians support 70 to 80%, at least historically speaking, whilst in the Soviet times, of their military equipment from the Russians. And well, now that they've seen it in action, hey, they're definitely going to be concerned. Even though we saw an improvement in the Indian-Chinese border in the past 2 days, they've actually drawn down some of their presence militarily there. They're still very concerned by the Chinese, so they're going to be looking to new places to buy that equipment, and then most likely will be the West, because, well, you're not going to go to China. Russia doesn't have anything, and well, that doesn't really leave you with a massive amount of military industrial complex to choose from. So that will probably be something that the Indians don't really like, because they like being autonomous, strategically speaking, and they don't want to get too close with the West, but that may well come as a welcome to the US and its allies, which I think could be interesting. The other thing I thought was really interesting, I saw on Telegram earlier that some Russian on the Russia Telegram channels that sort of they're trying to state that the Ukrainians are obviously forcing the displacement of loads of local Ukrainians and forcing them to not flee or preventing them from fleeing to the Russian border. And the other thing that I thought was really entertaining, though, was that some of the people who were crossing into Belgorod apparently were actually they were saying that they're Ukrainian refugees when they're actually just the Russian people that they'd put there, obviously, and they were just trying to sort of relabel them as as Ukrainians. So even with the Russians just evacuating left, right, and centre, they're still doing their part for propagandism and trying to make it look as though they're not fleeing but doing the honourable thing of what was it they said to giving them good grace or whatever it was, being kind and giving them a bit of good free will or whatever that they said months ago. So an interesting framing from some Russian channels.
Just to follow up on the Ocean technical video that was referred to earlier, I found maybe not the original, but another post of the same video. Allegedly in Izium.
What's an engineer? You were going to say something?
Hello, can people hear me?
Yes,
I can hear you.
We can hear you. It's just Wolverine, I think.
I think we can all hear you but Wolverine.
Cool. So there's that vehicle park in Izium, which is just chock full of basically just looks like a
engineer.
Worth of...
I'll just interrupt you there because I've seen Cup shirt up engine. It's been geolocated to Crimea. That video.
Oh, okay.
I've sent you a DM with it. Yeah, because I was looking at it as well. Enclave officer had sent me it in a DM, so I was looking at it, and so it's been geolocated to Crimea at the minute. So that one's going to be captured in about a week's time, I'd imagine.
Yeah, this case. I mean, just on a note there, I think we will see this slow down eventually. I posted a map the other day of what I think is going to happen now. I think Ukraine.
Hey, I'm going to sign off. I just realized why with this storm coming in, that's going to probably knock out my Wi-Fi. So
it's been good to have.
Forgot about that. Every time we get heavy rains, it does it. So I'm going to jump off of here for now and watch the rain.
Some peace and quiet. Jeez, man.
See you over.
You put the watch for Kharkiv.
So I think I'll find my tweets for the last couple of days and find the particular one that I'm referring to. But it's the I think we are going to see them begin to slow down and effectively consolidate along that river. The Sverdlovsk River running north-south. I think you're going to see basically shortening of the lines. So if I retweet it and then I'll put it in the nest. But effectively closing out the Izium pocket, probably pushing all the way north from Kupiansk to Volchansk, basically just taking everything north of Kupiansk would probably be my bet. And then it depends on how quickly things move in the east. By the sounds of it, things are moving really quickly, especially if they've just pulled out en masse. I think it's I've said for a long time, you're a brave and or silly person to make bold predictions. But I think I would be surprised if the rate of change we've seen so far keeps up for more than 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, agreed. I mean, you've got logistics to catch up, and you also need to protect the lines, and just purely the guys who are making the offence as well need to consolidate what they're doing as well, I think.
I just want to... Sorry, I left my mic unmuted, sorry. I did want to just... Oh, it's Peter. Oh, yeah, I was about to draw attention that we've got a bit of a twat in the room, but he's got the same name as me, so I'm insulting myself, which is annoying. So, hi, Peter.
Hello, everybody. How you doing?
Hey, Peter. How are you?
I am thrilled by the reversal of Russia's fortune. I'm very thrilled for all of the, Ukrainians and the liberation of their lands. But I of course I'm always here to pay attention to the civilians, and I think that as we are uncovering more of these villages and cities, we're finding out some of the uh, horrible things that the civilian populations have gone through. It is great to see that, you guys were just talking about like the resupply of the combat troops. What's also great to see is that they're shipping in refugee supply, like supplies for the people. A lot of these people have gone through a lot, but we're starting to find out even now some of the crimes that these people have undergone, some of the conditions that they've undergone. And I think people just need to brace for this. And while we're watching this, we're also watching how the Russians and their local cohorts, the people that the Russian cutouts, they're starting to depopulate the areas ahead of the Ukrainian army. That they're taking away children, families. They're just shipping them out to Russia, even as the advances are occurring. Like that's their priority. And I think that we just, although I'm watching this with great hope, I'm also seeing this with trepidation as a humanitarian, and I think we just need to brace for that.
Yeah, definitely. We touched on it just a bit earlier, but again, just guys, be careful, like scrolling and stuff. Just kind of be aware that maybe not so much over the next day or two, but in the coming week and over the next few weeks, there's going to be a lot of stuff that will be hard to hear, hard to see. So just kind of prepare yourself for that, because it's definitely very rough to see what has happened in some of these cities.
Sorry for being a downer, guys. I apologize.
No, it's important to stay cognizant of that stuff. Peter, you're talking about areas that have been evacuated. I was wondering if you guys had seen in Svatove, that's Svatove, if you follow the highway southeast from the far side of the river in Kupiansk, this is a decent distance behind the Russian lines and frankly behind the river. And there's reports that the Russian military has essentially beat feet and left the town to whatever collaborators are there who are also having misgivings. This is an area that even by the most bleeding edge, pie in the sky notions of Ukrainian advance, Ukraine's not here yet. Ukraine's not close. Ukraine's not within artillery range of here, aside for HIMARS possibly. So we're seeing this well beyond what we might consider to be natural terrain obstacles. What do you guys think of that? Do you think that this could continue further than some of these natural terrain obstacles like the rivers that we've seen?
I think it's possible. It's one of these things that where there's so much information coming out. It's very fluid. It is. I think. Remember that combat is. A lot of things that are going on. It's nothing is black and white here. It's like I mentioned, the situation is just very fluid. Things change minute per minute. So I think it is very possible. But who knows? We'll see if they stick with the terrain that they know, or we'll see what the. I'm just guessing myself as well.
Shall we get to engineer?
Yeah, that was kind of my follow-up question to that was if they're bailing out of those areas, of kind of those areas that are now kind of 50 kilometers behind, well, not directly behind, but like the road, Eagle, kind of as birds fly from Kupiansk to Svatov is about 50k, 45k, depending on where you place the dots. How far east are they going to pull out? Are they going to pull back to kind of Lyman, kind of in line with kind of Luhansk? Are they going to pull like that far? They're going to pull back to Severodonetsk, kind of as a north-south line. How do you, or I'm going to try and attempt to say this, but like Staroblitsk, so kind of even kind of another 50 kilometers again behind Svatov, like how 60 kilometers behind there? Like, how far east does this go? If they're already bailing, or are we just seeing a total collapse? Is everyone running back home to the Urals?
Well, it is a pretty big collapse, but as others were saying, we've got inconsistent reports of just how much they're making around, say, Donetsk's airport. I mean, Lysychansk went well pretty quickly. They may want to consolidate their gains as much as actually just continue to push further in, but if you've got them on the run and the more time it takes for the Russians to really get their shit together, which it doesn't seem like they've had any ability to have done at all, they may want to try and cut them off from their major supply links in the area. And it's also, there was one article I was reading earlier this evening, which was just sort of talking about, this has gone well, even more in some ways than the Ukrainians expected. That they may well try to just start pushing in Kherson as well, and just completely, launch a full-scale eastern counteroffensive, which would be a big undertaking, but they could do it potentially. But I don't know. It's sort of where you put your forces is important. Maybe they should just consolidate their gains in the north first, and then see about the south. But I don't know. That's sort of where my mind's at.
Yeah, I'm kind of 50-50 on trying to predict how far and how much and how quickly, because I would say right now it's like go as hard and as fast as you can as you've got them. I mean, they are in they are in complete disarray, and use that chaos to Ukraine's advantage for sure. But it also depends. I mean, we typically kind of intentionally don't stay or get as much information on what the Ukrainian troops are going through and how well they're holding up and stuff. But I'd imagine they've, for them to they've kept this pace up consistently the last couple of days. So I would imagine it seems like they have their logistics are all set, their communications are good, stuff like that. So, hell, at this point, it's like I almost wouldn't be surprised to see them at the border by midday tomorrow. It's like, holy crap. Going as far south. That's what language. Have you seen anything else about the bridge to Crimea? After they took down the radar, whatchamacallits?
Yeah, I don't know why they were there. I don't know why they pulled them away. They weren't really doing a whole lot. There's still traffic over it. There's still nerves among people in Crimea, although they're like kind of nervous for a different reason. It's weird. The Russian telegram there seems to be talking more about how, well, if the Ukrainians come here, then we're just going to nuke them, seems to be the sentiment. And so people are driving across it, but it's not like there's been any strikes on the bridge or anything yet. Unfortunately, there's a lot of words to say. There's not a whole lot going on that besides people driving over it.
I would also add just another element to this, which is, the government itself, on the Russian side, that is, those of you familiar with Clausewitz, right? He talks about the Holy Trinity, and very much the role of government and people in this as well. And whenever you see a major shift in the conflict like this, that becomes more applicable than ever. And as I made in one of my, I would love to be more than anything a fly on the wall of the Kremlin right now to see what information is being shared and with whom, and whether or not Putin is really aware of the situation. Because the master strategist, will clearly be planning the perfect response to this. I think, as well as we watch what happens on the ground, what also happens in the upper echelons, Shoigu, how they respond, whether or not they decide it's just better to sort of pull back to some clearer line of contact, try and consolidate Luhansk, or even just go back to the original line of contact of the occupied bit of Donbass before this whole invasion started. But it's, I don't know.
My guess is that there is probably a very stunned silence and a total lack of information. I imagine there's a good chance that we know a hell of a lot more about what's going on right now than people are letting through the doors of the Kremlin. They will not know where their troops are. They will probably not know how many they've got. They will probably not know how much equipment they have. We don't know the answers to this either, but there's no reason to suggest that anyone will be being honest, because why would they break the habit of a lifetime of telling the guy at the top what the situation really is? If he really knew how bad it was, probably wouldn't have ordered the invasion, if we're being honest about it.
I'm just trying to process that last bit there. I don't think he's of that mindset. He's just of throwing things at a problem to see what sticks. I mean, that brings me on to sort of something I'm having in the back of my head, where this is going to be more Piotr's realm of how does Putin get out of this? I don't think he's going to obviously withdraw. I think he's going to have to be beaten back and pushed out, but then that goes into all sorts of other sort of geopolitical things that Piotr might have a better handle on.
Engineer, do you want to say anything, and then I can add something?
I'll go pretty surface level, but I think Russia just becomes North Korea with more nukes, and they speak Russian. I think that's the trajectory they've set themselves on. They'll become an isolated state on the edge of anything. Everyone else will find somewhere else to buy their oil and gas from, and that's that until Putin dies or they have a changing government. I don't really see another way. I'm happy to be corrected, but Piotr, the floor is yours.
No, I'm not going to say ages. I know most people here are interested in this, in the military level stuff, which is frankly more important at the moment. But I would just say, my master's was in strategic studies, so I do the big picture sort of stuff and the geopolitical ramifications of this. So I can add perhaps a little bit more here. I mean, look, we've already seen a few, as I said earlier, smaller scale states, individuals come out and criticize or push for Putin to leave, bugger off. And already I saw on Russian media, and I think it was Reuters, stating that they'll be fined. But that's interesting. That's not a purge. That's a fine. So is that because Putin knows that he can't keep purging his own foundations because that will lead to his eventual toppling, or is it just because he needs people in position to just continue this whole facade as much as possible? It remains very unclear who would replace him. There is not really any one entity who would. Most people still do think he's, a good person. Russians believe in Putin because they've never had an alternative. After the end of the 90s, which was very dark for Russia, he came in and was seen as a strong man. Yes, he was a bit more authoritative than Yeltsin, but he wasn't a drunk and an embarrassment. And so he was very popular because he also clamped down on the separatism in Chechnya. And then oversaw the large-scale economic boom of the Russian economy, which was more down to the oil of the 2000s than it was anything else. And so Russians just look at him as some kind of amazing person when really he isn't. He does have, obviously, he's very good at putting people in the right places and consolidating power and doing the war machine, but or propaganda machine rather. But he doesn't have a good military, as evidenced here. I don't think Russia would ever be a North Korea, just because it's too big. It could potentially implode. There are some analysis I've read about Russia potentially breaking up. A bit far-fetched, but it is possible. If Russia were to implode economically, that would give the perfect opportunity for, separatist groups like in Chechnya again to really push for that. But then there are other countries that do trade with Russia, namely China, namely India, Pakistan, other members of the Central Stand states are all engaged with Russia in one way or another. And it does have its network of other motley crew of Cuba, Nicaragua, Venezuela, which would have enough of a influence to keep it going a bit. It's not as isolated as North Korea, but it would become more of a vassal state to China, although China doesn't want to get too close with Russia after this because of the impact it would have on secondary sanctions and things like that. So the spillover effects would be very, very significant. As I said, I think what's going to be really interesting just from the diplomatic front is to see what countries like China respond in the wake of these developments in the past 24 hours and what else happens over the next 24 hours or something like that. And what countries come out in the UN General Assembly and make public statements, how we see countries interacting with the delegation, whoever it is. I think Sergei Lavrov is supposed to be going, but I don't see how that's possible because he's been sanctioned. So the Russians are talking bollocks on that. But I hope that makes sense what I've said. But it's hard to tell because of just how quickly this is moving. Sorry, I killed the room.
If I could leap in here, Putin to this moment still remains intensely popular across Russia. Now, whether that's actual support or whether that's people who are just too afraid to say otherwise to the pollsters, we don't know. But my anticipation is that this is not the end game for Putin. You know, no matter how much we would love to see this at the end of a movie, or like comic book supervillain destinies don't often happen in real life. And so I think what we may want to see is whether there's blame storming that's then cast upon the first tier and second tier of Putin's ministers and others around him. So, how will Shoigu be blamed for this? He's already been distanced by Putin. Could it all be laid to rest on him? Who will be marked as, let's say, a traitor to Russia for corruption in the past that led to, some of these equipment failures, the failure to maintain equipment and storage. So Putin's out may be by purging a whole raft of people underneath him for the failures of what happened, while he himself still remains on top of Mount Olympus.
Yeah, I think if we talk about main replacements, he's not just going to disappear, but Shoigu was put in power in 2012-13, frankly, with not much experience, and well, that's come to pass now. The most likely candidate I can see is the mayor of Moscow. He's been a pretty ardent Putin supporter for many years, but in some eyes, he's even more hardline, and he actually has a better understanding of the tactical level of warfare than Putin's sort of warped interpretation of reality and stratagem. But then there's also the head of the FSB and someone else. I can't remember who that is. Medvedev, who's just become, frankly, a mouthpiece on Telegram. But none of these people really are very well known in the Russian society. And as you say, Peter, like Putin is still incredibly popular in rural communities and knows where his propagandism has had the most impact. It's difficult to really tell what the Russian perspective on anything is, because whenever you ask them a poll, all the lines will be tapped or something. So even the Levada Center, which is a very well known and
One second, guys.
Did everything stop?
Yeah, I think Piotr cut out for me too.
Yeah, I can't hear you.
Yeah. Same.
Hi, Valaris. Long time no speak.
Yeah, hi there. It's good to see you in the space. Decided to listen. I was going to come in with some updates, but I last read what was going on in Ukraine about 5 hours ago, and I've quickly found my notes are kind of useless. So I thought I'll let the experts speak while I take note.
Can I just say that the shocker today is Donetsk Airport?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
we're still
definitely.
50-50 on that one. A lot of people are chatting it up. I'm yet to see. I think if and when there is actually good evidence, I think it will be forthcoming pretty quickly, given its kind of almost mystical place in this war, all the way back to kind of 2014 and the cyborgs. I think this is there will be no hesitation about showing a victory there. So until we do get that, and it's not just, and I know I copped some flack for this from a couple of people. I was very not skeptical when we had the one picture from Kupiansk of the guys outside the main government buildings there. It was the same picture being posted everywhere, and I don't. To me, that's always a bit of a. I like more than that, because then you've got some more confidence that it's not just people talking up the same thing, and we all work ourselves into the kind of circular feedback loop of everyone's heard it from everyone else, but it turns out that we're all just saying exactly the same thing. And I'm going to hold and say the same thing for the airport. At the moment, lots of people are saying look in that direction, but I'm not seeing anything hardcore that I could put before you that says definitively that anything's happened there.
Sorry, my internet screwed up, everyone. So I didn't mean to just bugger off, and apparently Smog can't rejoin the space. So I don't know what's going
Yeah, I
on.
just got him.
Okay. Okay, cool.
Last I heard, you were speaking about the Levada Center when you cut off.
Oh, it's all right. Don't worry. I think that moment's passed. Basically, just, change may well come from within Russia, but it'll be slower than on the battlefield. And in the meantime, let's see, if the Ukrainians can push all the way to the Russian border, and then what happens? Will the Russians look for, pushing for a peace negotiation on Ukrainians' terms? It's fascinating to see how the tables will completely have changed to the Russians having six criteria to now the Ukrainians probably having a fuck ton themselves, saying, hey, we want X, Y, and Z, complete demilitarization of you, not us. The removal of CSTO, the Russian, Collective Security Treaty Organization, or the removal of your forces in, Nagorno-Karabakh, and maybe the Ukrainians will just go completely crazy and call the shots. So could be really interesting.
That would be quite something if the Ukrainian negotiator just sort of walks through the PowerPoint presentations like, here are all our demands, we're just going to explain it to you. It's quite difficult. I don't know how the Russian MOD is going to spin this, because at least for some losses that's happened in Zaporizhia and around Kherson, you can sort of say, yeah, it's not really a priority. It's a nice to have bits of territory, even though you could argue Kherson is important. But having come out several times and said, yeah, Reed started this invasion to secure the Donbass, it's very hard to then turn around and say, we don't really need the top halves of the Luhansk and Oblast, if you will, or even like the parts of Donetsk that we're having to retreat from. That's quite a difficult sell.
I think the only thing that the Russians will really, really want to try and keep, no matter what, which is going to be a thorn in the side for the Ukrainians, is Crimea, just because the naval base was theirs for so long and all that stuff. I think that would be the one thing. If the Ukrainians are somehow able to push Russian forces all the way out of Ukraine, if they get that far and they stop at the border, and it's like, hey, we either stop this now or we're going to push forward. That might bring it in, or it could bring it worse. But forgot his name. God damn, the guy, the leader of Zelensky. Sorry, like Zelensky said, he's always wanted Russian forces out of all of Ukraine, to include Crimea. So they could sit there and lose Luhansk and Donetsk Oblast, because realistically, it's not a huge. Yeah, they started all off because the uprising and stuff like that there, but the Crimea.
Sorry, that was me. Apologies.
No, I was saying is the big thing that Russia would want to keep is Crimea, and Ukraine has said over and over, you want you completely out of Ukraine. And I think Crimea is going to be the one thing that would keep the Russians from completely leaving. They probably wouldn't give a rat's ass about Donetsk and Luhansk, but Crimea, I think they definitely would.
On that, and Smog, I'm supposed to be the bad coach. Like, I'm supposed to be one fumbling the controls. I would say on Crimea, it's. I think the Russians would be more willing to forego what the eastern flank than they would be Crimea. But then you have to remember the role of the Tatars historically, and just generally sort of the relevancy of Crimea to both sides ever since 1957 was it when they handed it over or swapped of the control, and generally I think trying to take Crimea would be, I mean, I'll leave this to much more of the military people, but like would be a separate entity, just because it is a bit less easy to access. I feel like it would make sense to sort of focus on the mainland and then try and treat Crimea a little bit differently. In any negotiation scenario, I'm pretty sure that would be, well, it's not just me. Most people who have analysed it have said that the biggest sticking points was Ukrainian demilitarization and Crimea. Eastern Ukraine was a problem, but it was seen to be more likely to find some kind of wiggle room on both sides. This was all obviously in the times when people were like, oh, both sides should negotiate, before it became clear that the Russians were as incompetent as they are. But like Crimea is always just seen as the biggest potential sticking point for both sides. But I don't know, maybe people disagree.
Yeah, I'm on a different phone, so the controls look slightly differently, so that's why I'm messing up there. But yeah, I think Crimea, the big issue with Crimea is obviously not only the naval port there, but also the location close to Sevastopol as well. Novorossiysk as well. But I think Polaris might have something else to say about that. Go on, Polaris.
Yeah, I agree with you with what you said. One of the reasons why historically the Russians have always tried to maintain an influence in Crimea is because Crimea is one of the few places where the Russians can guarantee they have a warm water port all year round. Due to Russia's geography being quite north, a lot of major rivers and stuff are frozen. So I don't see that one going. I do see a scenario where the two parties do agree not to. Ukraine agrees not to take it via military means, but sort of agrees to use various diplomatic channels and such to resolve the future of Crimea. This would probably give Zelensky a good option, while also, I hate to say this, allowing the Russians to save face in some regard if Crimea ends up in sort of this weird intermediary area where both sides decide we're not going to fight over it, but we're going to keep talking about it, and in the meantime no one makes any crazy statements trying to assert full control over that piece of territory.
Yeah, I just with everything he said, that Zelensky said, I don't think he's going to settle anything for less than all Russian forces being out of Ukraine, to include Crimea. I mean, even when Ukraine controlled Crimea, did the Russians still have access to Sevastopol?
Yes, there was Polaris, and you might be able to come in with something a bit more concrete. I know that there was some sort of lease agreement, I think, with Russia, and that was one of the issues I had with the regional leaders of Crimea, and I think some of them were actually looked into for getting prosecuted for some sort of subversion sort of things going on there. But I believe it was. Have you got anything extra on that, Polaris?
Yeah, exactly. There was a lease agreement for Sevastopol to allow for the Black Sea Fleet to be based there. At one point in time, the Ukrainians even sold some older naval vessels they had based in Crimea to the Russians. And I know under the later years of Yanukovych's rule, the lease agreement was extended somewhat. But once the various revolutions and stuff started coming, the Russians had some concerns with regards to if this lease will be upheld, and that's why we had the little green men situation, which was the Russians securing what they deemed to be a vital strategic interest of theirs.
Hey, Grammar and everybody here. I do have to. I wanted to join back to talk a little bit more, but I do have to leave soon. Just one thing I'm constantly seeing more before I head out is, and maybe this is something we need to keep an eye on. I'm in Europe time right now. I'll be heading back to the U.S. tomorrow, so I'll be a little bit out of the loop. But I think this Donetsk thing, I mean, there's a lot of reporting, a lot coming out. A lot of people are talking about it, that Ukraine is somehow preparing to launch an offensive in Donetsk, the actual city or around that vicinity in that area, which, I mean, it's that's, it's in the Donbass, obviously, but that's outside of the Kharkiv, Izum, Kupiansk front. And so this would be kind of a more extension, right? And we're seeing Ukraine clearly taking the initiative, but, it's what we're seeing is, from Kharkiv, they've kind of pushed mostly east, south, and they're kind of just following, obviously, to Donetsk River, and that's kind of your Severodonetsk and Luhansk, right? Donetsk is way further south than that. So if Ukraine does start doing offensive operations there, I mean, and they're successful, even if, and let's not even suggest that if they're as successful they were in the Kharkiv offensive, I mean, this is it. I think the Russian military, for a lot of all intents and purposes, and it's his last leg. So that's something I'll be keeping an eye out. But with that, I do have to sign out. I have a long day tomorrow with flight. So I'll catch you guys around. Take care. And Grammar, good to have your spaces back.
See you, man. Be safe.
Thanks for stopping by.
Take care.
Thanks very much, all sauce. Balanced, you got your hand up. I think you were next.
Hey, first thing I want to say is, Grammar, I'm glad you're feeling better. I know you and I were DMing each other, but I wanted to say I'm so glad that you were fortunate that you're feeling better and back in it. Peter, I have been enjoying. Oh, of course, I have been enjoying your podcast, Peter. So thank you for that as well. It's nice to have you on demand. So having access to your podcast was very cool.
Thanks, man. Appreciate
right.
that.
Final question, or actually, here's my question. I am not military. I'm a civilian medic, so for me, I don't have any real understanding of war fighting and such like that, other than the stuff that I've learned from many of you and the others that have been coalescing together since this illegal invasion of Ukraine. So pardon my naivete in asking this question, but it's something that's been sort of, burning, I guess, wondering why. So maybe you can answer this. Why did the Russian military, or Vladimir Putin, why did he not do what I think the Americans do, if I'm not mistaken, and just totally obliterate infrastructure like water, power? I think that's the way that we manage our war fighting, if I'm not mistaken. We go after hardcore, go after infrastructure and put the entire place into darkness. It seems like that hasn't been the case with respect to Ukraine, which thank God. And not trying to give anybody any kind of ideas to do so, but what do you think the strategy was there, or did they do that? Am I just missing something? I know that some areas were without it because of the fighting that was occurring, but yeah, that's my question.
So I'm kind of going off of, all right, so, realistically, you don't go at the civilian infrastructure unless it's relegated to a specific military tasking. like, even when we did the invasion in '03 and they did the first shock and awe, if you look at a lot of the targets were selected because they were actually military targets. We didn't target any of their dams. We didn't target any of their bridges. Any bridges that were dropped were actually because of the Iraqis themselves, I think. Well, there might have been one we might have accidentally hit with a round, but it wasn't. We weren't intentionally taking them out because we needed those bridges also to conduct our operations. But realistically, we didn't go in there saying, "Hey, we're going to destroy all their infrastructure," because what we were trying to do is liberate a country from a dictator, and to do so, to go in there and to have destroyed all their infrastructure would have turned the people against us, which I mean they kind of did anyway. So that's a mute point. But realistically, we don't go after a lot of the civilian infrastructure because there's not a need to, and it doesn't benefit us because sometimes we may have to rely on it, and if, especially with whatever was going on with in Iraq with all this stuff, it just doesn't help us to destroy every piece of infrastructure that that they were using. So, like I said, there wasn't no need for us to, and even really in Desert Storm, we didn't destroy. The only stuff that we did hit, which was because of tactical operations, was the highway to death. Highway 80 coming out of Kuwait City going up to Iraq is really back then the only highway that goes all the way up to that border. But because of the amount of Iraqi armor and equipment and all that fun stuff that was stuck there, it was an opportunity to just hurt the Iraqi army like you wouldn't believe by hitting that. So we hit Highway 80. We took out a lot of Highway 80 because of everything we were hitting on. But typically it's not. We don't try and hit civilian infrastructure, especially in that case. So.
Understood. Yeah, I mean, I guess that makes absolute sense. I mean, I just feel like this asshole this is grammar space, so I can't actually say asshole. This asshole has gone after civilians since what it seemed like day one. So, so I feel like, we're just fortunate that it hasn't been the case, I suppose, or the Ukrainians are fortunate that they haven't. I just pray that, and I'm sure that Polaris and Intel Hub have additional insights. But it makes sense. I mean, if the Americans don't actually do that, I'm American. I thought that was kind of like sort of par for the course. But being doing war fighting thoughtfully, and I don't mean thoughtful like oh, you're so thoughtful. I mean thoughtful like actually thinking through the aspects of you may require some of that infrastructure, so you don't want to destroy it. I guess that makes sense with respect to the Americans. But this particular authoritarian jerk off seems to do that stuff and so go after civilians anyway. So, but thank God, and I pray. The last thing I'll say is I pray and pray and pray today that the Ukrainian military can focus their energies on this momentum and by some amazing, but through a combination of a miracle and their bravery and the support that they're receiving from my country and the other countries. That they're able to be successful in their efforts that they've most recently been pushing forth. So that's all I have.
The one thing I was going to say is if you want to kind of look at like what the rules, look up laws of war, see if you can ever look up just, rules of engagement. Cause sometimes like after an old war, you might still be able to find someone may have posted like a rules of engagement card and stuff like that. And that gives you a lot of idea of what we can and cannot do and what type of facilities and such like that. Like one thing, like during the invasion in '03, people are like, the Marines were destroying mosques and people are like, oh my God, you can't do that. It's protected. Well, what people don't realize is that, and a lot of people don't, is that yes, a religious or even a medical facility is protected under the laws of war. But the second that facility becomes used for a offensive capability, like if a hospital had anti-aircraft guns around it and they were set there to protect the wounded, all right, yeah, you couldn't attack it. But if someone is sit there with, surface air missiles and you just happen to be flying by, not even targeting it, and they fire it at you, well, then yeah, you could actually target that hospital or that religious place under our rules of engagement and under the laws of war as well. So, you know, it just goes back and forth, and looking at those things will kind of give you an idea things that we do and that we cannot do during combat operations.
That's interesting. Sorry, Polaris and Intel Hub, I'll stop talking, but I just wanted to present one thing. That's interesting to me because I had an opportunity about 8 years ago or so, maybe less, to go to Israel, and actually one of the things that we had chosen to do was go with a prior military. He was in the military for many years, and he started a tour company and was able to bring people to the Syrian-Israel border in the Golan Heights, and we were literally, and I can post this to the Nest if I can find some of the video. It was truly unbelievable watching some of the Syrian forces fight the insurgency, and the insurgency was fighting from a mosque, and watching that from what felt like a stone's throw. I mean, we probably were 1.5 miles or 2 miles from it, but watching them go back and forth, just decimating each other. It was really unbelievable, and they were blowing holes in the sides and the tops of these mosques, and I think they call them minarets, where the speakers are when the call to prayer happens.
Yeah,
they were
towers,
blasting.
yeah.
They were blasting holes in that and in the mosque, and it was unreal. So it's like kind of hands off for you, but not hands off for us.
Not once they use it. Once the enemy uses it for offensive capabilities, that's a free and clear target. There's actually a lot of videos from Fallujah where U.S. Marines were dropping minarets, either with artillery, with demolition, or you can see minarets getting lit up with heavy machine gun rounds, because the insurgents were using them as offensive fighting positions. So once they do that, it's a fair target.
Interesting. Well, thanks so much, Wolverine. It's nice to talk with you finally. I've been listening to you for many months, so thanks for all your insights, truly. And Peter, and I mean, there's some all-stars in here, so thanks for you guys for jumping in, and Badger and such. And so anyway, thank you. Thanks, guys.
Cheers, mate. I don't know if we've heard from Intel for a while.
The one thing I was going to say, to kind of add on to what Wolverine said, everything Wolverine said spot on. But when it comes to Russia, you expect them to do fucked up shit because Russia does fucked up shit. The biggest reason why Russia didn't target critical infrastructure as much, in my opinion, when we were, at H-hour and they were starting to do their enabling operations, is primarily because they fully intended on a quick operation in their own minds that would be able to essentially cut off the Ukrainian government and install a puppet state. And because of that, they wanted to maintain critical infrastructure. That's probably one of the major reasons why, it's not as bad right now.
Yeah, I think that was one of the main things that was in my mind was, they expected to walk in and essentially not have to do much to take Ukraine, so they were maintaining the infrastructure, but that just shows that they were very poor in restructuring their thoughts and their tactics as the situation changed, and that's when they probably should have gone for the more military targets. And as Wolverine said, 100%, you can go for infrastructure as long as there's a military aim in mind, and you don't just go for, as Russia have been doing and will potentially be doing closer to the winter, they'll probably be going for the heating of the districts and so forth. But with that, I will hand over to Polaris.
Yeah, thank you. I agree with a lot that has been said by the previous speakers. When this invasion started, one thing that I kept tabs on was the telecom infrastructure in Ukraine, because there was that general understanding that it would have to be taken up within a few days, and taking out cell towers, exchange facilities, the fixed assets that don't move. The Russians have capabilities like the Caliber that will enable them to do that, but it quickly became apparent that they weren't doing this. And what we did learn as time progressed was the Russian command and control system is actually designed to run off civilian cell networks. So there is this sort of strange situation where one finds themselves in, where they do use civilian infrastructure, probably a bit more in many respects than they would want to. And naturally, that led to what we saw, where a high number of Russian generals and such were finding themselves with an artillery round coming through the window. Because it's one other mistake they made is a lot of them came to Ukraine and brought Russian phone numbers, which just makes it very easy for anyone analyzing the traffic in these systems to figure out who's not been here. It's like, well, you're clearly new because you have like a phone number that was registered in some region on the eastern side of the Ural Mountains or whatever. There were some adaptations where they did try to take like SIM cards and such from the locals, but that was of limited use. But the whole encounter is quite confusing because if the Russian MOD is to be believed, in lost the date. In 2016, they made this big song and dance about how they've started a Ratnik program, which was supposed to give them all modern gears, so soldiers are going to have satellite connected radios and such. But evidently, a lot of money was spent on it. Is to this day short of the various aircrafts, armored vehicles and such. Is the biggest procurement projects that the Russian MOD has going, and it looks like it didn't really pay dividends in the end. I mean, we have even seen Garmin GPS units inside Russian fighter jets, so that is a big weakness of this, other than a lot of the weakness, this idea that a lot of command and control and just general exchange of information relies on them making sure whoever they're invading's telecommunication infrastructure is intact so they can utilize it. This strategy makes sense if you use the Russian army the way it's been designed, which is as a force that's supposed to protect the homeland. But once you are an invading power, you really should not be relying on the telecom infrastructure of whatever power you're trying to invade to coordinate military activities.
Well, thanks for the thoughtful answers. I appreciate it. I'm going to jump back down to give space for any other question.
Thanks very much, Balanced. I'm just looking through some stuff on Twitter, seeing where else is coming in, but there's an avalanche of information. One thing I've seen is that the head of the Donbass, the guy that was put in charge, I think it's called Dushlin, there's a video of him, and he appears to be heading for the border and getting out of there, but I don't know how true that is of yet. That was 12 minutes ago, and apparently there's some pro-Russian Telegram channels saying that he's put his resignation in, but that's not verified. That's just what's out there at the moment.
The Ukrainian defense minister's posted a picture of it next to the Ramstein air base. I've added it to the nest, but he is saying Ukrainian troops are completing their training on the German IRIS-T platform, which is fairly early, actually, and more or less on time with the German promise to have it in Ukraine in October, which is going to be a much needed upgrade in air defense capability for the Ukrainians. So yeah, it's always good to see these things moving forward in that regard. While a lot of OSINT people are here, I've been trying to get to the bottom of the large shipments of recently manufactured ammunition from Iran that seems to be making its way to the Ukrainian side. The quantities are far too large for it to be something that has been intercepted in the Horn of Africa or in the Mediterranean by Western navies. And a lot of these munitions were also manufactured in the last 3 months, which makes it even more suspicious. I wouldn't think the Iranians would be double dealing directly, given them ties to the Russians and how they need them with their current isolation. So someone out there is behaving as a middleman for the Ukrainians and the Iranians. Whether both parties are aware is a whole other conversation.
Well, the Iranians and the Russians actually do collude on a lot of stuff, because the Russians did just get a bunch of those UAVs, even though they just found out they don't work really. They did just get a bunch of those from Iran, and they've got a lot of past dealings. I think they've actually sold them quite a lot of aircraft. So I remember correctly, Iran and Russia are kind of tied in, as well as, which was always weird to me, was China. So you can kind of look at it as like that's kind of like the new axis is Russia, China, and Iran.
speaking about that stuff with Iran, these drones, the Shahed 129 and then the others that were brought over, it looks like that these drones, of course, that some of these were used and were definitely damaged or, if not destroyed, by certainly the Israelis. Some of these were used in Syria, and certainly they did not live up to their supposed reputation, even though they are copied technology from the States. Maybe a few of them are stolen tech from, always from some U.S. drones designs. So the Israelis certainly did a number on them. Their air defense, of course, it's nothing to be played around with.
One thing that worries me with regards to this sort of partnership of convenience between the Iranians and the Russians is the Iranians have always had a bit of a dilemma. They have half decent drones, I would say, the medium to long range stuff, but they've never really had a viable space program or any decent satellites in orbit. So they've always had to rely on ground stations, which means you are at the mercy of buildings and natural barriers in your way, as well as the curvature of the Earth with regards to how much range you have. Whereas you have the Russians who do have GLONASS and various communication satellites, but they cannot create these drones in volume due to Western sanctions. And I do worry if we see sort of an exchange of intellectual property or some sort of cooperation in certain regards, because I think the last thing the Middle Eastern region in general needs is Iranian drones that can rely on systems like GLONASS to cause trouble in a far larger radius, because you do see some of these drones are rated for well over 2 kilometers, but realistically using a ground station you're probably getting 200 to 300 kilometers. But if they do even achieve some rudimentary integration with Russian aerospace infrastructure, it will be quite the leap for the Iranians. Definitely, if I was Iran, there are some things I would probably be requesting from the Russians if I am to give them these equipment they want, even if it's not quite to the standards the Russians expect.
So 2 points. Just on the Iranian-Russian relationship, other than the Chinese-Russian relationship, which is the biggest sort of, shall we say, if we're talking about these countries that are non-democratic and how they engage with one another, none of them have the scale of intimacy and alliance that the West does. You don't have a equivalent UK-US relationship in a non-Western or non-democratic sort of format. It doesn't really exist. The Russians and the Chinese are very close because of this mutual distaste for the US hegemonic status, and also because of their sort of mutual just regional interests, North Korea, but also this, imperialistic, neo-imperialistic or dominance of, former states or entities like Taiwan. So they, but that's as far as it goes. And it's not really a relationship that will go much further. Iran and Russia is a little bit more nuanced, and also based around largely this, anti-Western sentiment, particularly in the light of 1979. But Russia and Iran also have their own respective limitations of, say, Nagorno-Karabakh or the Caucasus a little bit, and also Afghanistan. Afghanistan is probably the sticking point where the two don't see eye to eye, but largely in the Middle East they do obviously see pretty much eye to eye in supporting, Hamas, Hezbollah, propping up despotic regimes like Assad, that sort of thing. But I haven't read anything about the Iranians supporting the Ukrainians. The Iranians are sure, like any state in realpolitik, going to be opportunistic, but I wouldn't expect them to be doing, like, supplying. It's a bit like the Turkish, really. The Turkish have been supplying the drones for weeks, for months, but they've also been allowing Russians to flee to Turkey and use Turkish airspace and so on. So maybe there's a little bit of ambiguity there. I don't think so, but I mean, the Russians have been benefiting from the Iranian drones. Well, they claim they have. So there's that. And then the second thing I just wanted to share was in the top of the in the Nest thing I shared. It's 3 along now. There was a conversation I had on my podcast about the end game, and since we were talking about it, I thought it might be of interest. It was with a gentleman called Gideon Rose. He was the former editor of Foreign Affairs, which is a very well-known magazine in the US, and it's not just geopolitics. He talked quite a lot about the Yom Kippur War and the sort of the parallels between Israel and sort of Egypt, and how the Israelis were just simply able to overcome and completely flatten a state that was considered to be much larger and therefore sort of supposedly competent. And they were able to do that in the 1960 whatever it was, whenever that war was. So quite an interesting example of sort of what we're seeing now with Ukraine in the past 24 hours. So if that's of interest, then please check it out. But yeah, that's all. Aaron, you want to come in?
Good, Aaron.
Aaron.
Hey, I'm here. Sorry. Sorry. Oh my gosh. So I just put in from Ukrainian weapons tracker. So there was also, as I thought, it was probably my assumptions were accurate. So not only were they Akatsias found, the 2 S3s, 152 millimeter self-propelled guns, but they got a BM-21 Grad, and they've also got they've got a lot of stuff there. So that's just what I put in the Nest there is just some of the stuff that's been captured. More indirect fire assets that the Ukrainians can use, which is great.
That's crazy. Thanks very much, Aaron. Ghost, do you want to go ahead, please?
Yeah. Finally, while I had a problem with the trickle, obviously, I have tried to, get in and again and again and again, and Twitter just crashed several times, so I couldn't reach you. So I have also sent several messages, but it didn't. It seems that nobody received it. But nevertheless, I have posted also in the Nest the video that I have sent as well to the thread of this space. So I hope that you have seen that. It is about Severodonetsk and Ukrainian forces entering in Severodonetsk. That is the what I wanted to emphasize. Let's say 2 hours ago, but yeah, glitches. Nevertheless, thank you for letting me in, and yeah, I have listened half of it because my app just crashed all the time, so I didn't hear a lot of it, but I will obviously hear the recording. Thank you.
No, thanks very much, Ghost. I think Twitter's having as much a meltdown as the Russian front is at the moment today. I had some problems as well. Yeah, I'll have a look at that video. I don't know if anybody's had a chance to look at it and they've got any thoughts on it.
Yeah, and please follow back if you can. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Has anybody seen that? Looked at that Severodonetsk video yet, and any thoughts on that? I know there's not many videos coming out.
I'm looking at it right now, so give me a minute.
Cool. Cheese Wolverine. Sorry, Inspector, do you want to go ahead while people have a look at that video?
Yeah, sure. Can you guys hear me? All right. Hello?
Can't hear you very well. It's very muffled.
Oh, is it? Yeah, is that better?
It's a little better, yeah.
I was just saying I find it quite interesting as we were talking about Iran, how actually like Iranian weapons that I think were then originally desert or originally going to be into the is that how do you say it? The Houthi militants in Yemen ended up in the hands of the Ukrainians as seen as documented by Orex. Oh, you guys hear me all right?
Would you say 5 militants from Yemen?
Yeah. So how do you say it? The Houthi militant? I can't pronounce that. The Houthi militants in Yemen. There was originally some weapons that were desert or going to be going to them from Iran. However, I think they were stopped. The US got their hands on them by stopping the ship that was containing them or whatever, and they eventually ended up in the hands of the Ukrainians, which I found quite interesting. Which shows just like all weapons from around the world, even unintentionally, have come into the hands of Ukrainians.
I didn't hear everything that you were saying. Were you asking me a question or asking some of us here? I didn't hear everything that you were saying.
Am I a bit muffled or something?
It's still a little bit, yeah. I can understand you because I got my volume turned all the way up, but it is kind of muffled still.
Let me just give me moment then. Let me see if I can get a better microphone going. Hold on. Bear with me here.
Okay, well, he's waiting. So I looked at the video. So it's being filmed by a Ukrainian tank crewman. You can see the barrel of the 125 millimeter gun. There's another vehicle a couple 100 meters ahead of it. Maybe it's hard to make out because it's throwing up some dust. But you can see the patch of the Ukrainian flag on the soldiers. They do pass. They pass 2 signs. First sign, I have no idea what it says. It's all in Ukrainian. The second sign, it's written in Ukrainian and in English. And in the English portion, it says Severodonetsk district. So I'm not exactly sure that is. Now, they did pass on the right side of the vehicle. The guy was pointing at it. There's some kind of facility there. I don't know if it's a military facility or whatnot. It had a wall that was going around it. And in the clip that they show, there was a guard tower in it. So I'm not exactly sure what facility that was, but going off of that sign, it did say Severodonetsk district.
Yeah, I can probably I have to see by myself. The first is Luhanska Oblast. The first sign says Luhanska Oblast.
Yeah, I concur with that assessment. That's definitely 125 mil, and then everything else. They're going to see a lot of stuff that sometimes it's harder to detect what exactly it is if the video footage is not as clear. I could make out most vehicles, but sometimes it's hard to tell if the footage is very grainy.
Thank you.
I mean, the footage isn't too bad. It's just that there's a vehicle ahead of them that's tossing up dust. So it's a track. It's going to be another tracked vehicle, probably another tank. But yeah, I'm sure someone could probably geolocate that off of that facility off to the right side. But if they could, they could sit there and geolocate that and say, yeah, this is definitely for sure. This is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, for the sort of timeline thing, I don't think there's any other time period where it would probably be a sort of valid scenario. So, yeah, I think it's just grabbing a location, and it's probably going to be quite genuine.
And this is obvious at the daytime, so.
Yes, exactly. So it'll be some time ago, either today or yesterday. Quick one, I'm just going to have to jump down now. So thank you very much, Grammar, for hosting the space, and everyone who's been in speaking and so on. I'll drop down listener while I'm doing some bits and bobs. So thanks very much, guys, and chat to you all later.
Thanks for hanging out, Smog.
I will drop down as well to listener space because my phone is just getting hot and hot and hotter. So yeah, I'm sorry about that.
No, it's
It's
all good. I know. I finally got a new phone, so I'm not having that issue anymore. But oh my gosh, my phone used to get so hot it would burn me.
Yeah, well, good for you. Yeah, thank God. Take care. So I will listen now. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, guys, and I'm going to be getting going here too. Take care and Slava Ukraini.
Slava Ukraini.
Take care, Peter. Slava Ukraini.
I think we're dropping like flies. I'm going to head out as well. Thank you, everyone, for your company. And nice to see the spaces back. I'll be holding my own again. They're a bit bigger picture sort of format. But if you're interested in those, then please join them. And I hope, Grammarly, you can, host these more often and we can talk. Well, hopefully more positive advancements in Ukraine, or hopefully it's all done by Monday. They've retaken the whole country. But take it easy, everyone, and thanks a lot for your thanks a lot.
Thank you. Take care. Intel Hub.
Hello.
How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm editing photos.
Heck yeah.
Guys, Intel Dodge just put up something. Aftermath of HIMARS in Kharkiv Oblast. You should see that. It is a video. That's they must have hit that area, and it looks like there's definitely lots of damage here. I'm looking at stuff that is completely burned out. Ukrainian forces have captured it, of course.
Wow. Yeah, they definitely get the job done.
Grammar, will you come out tomorrow night to the Bauma report?
Yeah, I should be able to. What time are you doing it
Are you
at?
there?
10 p.m.? Can you hear me? Can anyone else hear me?
I can hear you. Sorry, I'm deep into editing.
Yeah. I couldn't hear Grammar. Maybe your microphones. Yeah, I'm doing a space tomorrow night, guys. The regular Bauma report, 2300 hours Atlantic time. So hoping that everybody will come out. Grammar, I hope you come out. In Intel, Power, Smog, everybody. So Enclave, all of us here. A lot of the regular crew here. It's great, just awesome.
Yeah, it's been awesome having the gang back together, so to speak.
Yeah, the band's all back together. I'm so happy that you're okay. I forgot to mention.
Thank you. Yeah, it was
But
COVID finally
your
found all of
milkshake
us.
does bring all the boys to the yard still.
That's funny. Jakubi said, what did she say exactly? Hold on, let me see. It was funny. Here it is. Your milkshake brings all the war nerds to the yard. It cracked me up. It's so accurate. It's like if you need a bunch of like military or history or like linguist type nerds, like just I got y'all. That's interesting. This is definitely unconfirmed, but there's rumors on Russian Telegram that there's some incidents between what's basically Russian SWAT units and military units in Moscow. There's also Jimmy from what's his Twitter? It's at Jimmy SEC UK, a pro-Russian Telegram channel claiming a Ukrainian raiding party crossed into Belgorod Oblast, stole a bunch of Russian military equipment, and then escaped back into Ukraine. The thing about that is, like, yeah, maybe, definitely unconfirmed, definitely very daring, but at the same time, I could totally see that happening right now. Like, I would almost be more surprised if that's not happening. Apparently, Putin opened up a Ferris wheel in Moscow this morning and it's already broken. I'm scrolling through somebody's thread of basically Russian.
Just the link to the spaces if you guys want to. You can.
Oh, quick, sweet.
Put a reminder in if you want.
Up in the nest. Yeah, I'm scrolling through this thread of basically Russian Telegram and Twitter losing its mind. Apparently, a bunch of accounts in China. There's like I forget what website it was, but a bunch of basically the Chinese population at large online is making fun of Russia hardcore. That's interesting. And it's not like it's being taken down or anything by the government. So, has anyone else seen? Apparently, Moscow. This is coming from Radio Free Europe. Moscow municipal lawmakers demand Putin's resignation. Deputies in the Moscow district of Lomonosovsky have appealed to Russian President Putin to resign, saying everything went wrong since the start of his second term, and they believe a change of power is necessary for the sake of the country. They posted their protocol decision on the Lomonosovsky district website, including a 30-minute video of a meeting on September 8th. In their appeal, the deputies emphasized that the aggressive rhetoric of Putin and his subordinates has thrown Russia back into the Cold War era. They disputed economic data showing a doubling of the country's GDP and said the minimum wage did not increase to the level declared by the government. Addressing Putin directly, they said, your views, your management model are hopelessly outdated and impede the development of Russia and its human potential. Oh, wow. The 7 lawmakers from St. Petersburg that demanded the State Duma charge Putin with high treason received subpoenas on the 8th, ordering them to come to the police the next day to fill out protocols in a charge of discrediting Russia's armed forces. Hey, Enclave.
Hello, everyone. There is no panic.
How have you been?
I'm busy. But for once, I'm actually also posting because, well, for the past 4 days, we've seen some developments, but don't worry, there's no panic.
Oh, about that, the St. Petersburg folks, they were apparently, allegedly fined now because of that. So we will see. You know, we'll see. You know, later on where all this stuff really is.
Yeah, and talking about that, I think that happened yesterday. But a couple months ago, when the war started, there were some analysts that were basically looking at the Russian constitution, and the Russian constitution has kind of this part that was added there that basically prohibits the president of starting wars against other countries because, well, they just say that they can't do that unless they are attacked. So some people even at the start of the war were kind of speculating whether Putin was calling this whole thing a special military operation so he can basically justify that, yeah, he didn't start a war, he started a special military operation. And now the Russian people are kind of waking up to the fact that this is not a special military operation. This is actually a war. And the losses are also enormous. So there is a real possibility that something could come out of this. But whether that happens is still dubious because, well, as we know, Putin still has large-scale support from the people. But if things keep going downwards, maybe we can see actual action from the politicians and the Russian opposition, which has traditionally been very quiet.
Real quick, a couple of people are asking me to share that about the Moscow municipal lawmakers, so I put that in the nest.
By the way, I don't know if anyone mentioned this, but it was just hilarious, so I need to mention it. But the Russians have used coffins as building blocks for their trench networks, which is kind of poetic if you think about it. At least some of their things seem to have efficiency. Can't be good for morale, though.
Yeah, that's got to be like just like you said, morale, like the psychology of seeing that is just like, even if they're empty, like I'm sure they are if they're using them for that, but it's just grim.
Absolutely. Austin Technical posted 3 minutes ago that a Russian Su-34 tail number Red 20 was shot down in Kharkiv Oblast.
You say Su-34 fullback?
Yeah, Su-34 Kharkiv region, Kharkiv Oblast. Tail number
Nice.
Red 20.
Okay, so that's one of their
yeah.
newer fullback fighter bombers. That's good. That's a good kill. Those things, there's only usually around, well, they only came into service around 2013, and there's like about 60, 65 of them last time I checked. And they're sophisticated. There's some of their newer stuff, but they're still using GPS, civilian GPS units to try to get their inertial weapon systems better accuracy.
I think we have seen during this war that the Russian ground attack capability is very poor, almost non-existent. And there's a couple reasons for that, but one of them is that they don't have precision-guided weapons like the West does, because especially after the wars during the 90s, Western armies have heavily invested in the smart weapons, laser-guided munitions, and the Russians never had the need to do so. So they are basically still flying with these dumb bombs that just fall out of the plane, gravity bombs, basically. And the training the Russian pilots have is very limited. They don't get that many flight hours, and they don't really train to attack ground targets. And what's baffling, and what's been baffling from the start, is the fact that they have used these so-called multi-role aircraft to attack ground targets. And let's be totally honest here. The Russian Air Force has been built, even during the Soviet times, to protect the homeland from enemy fighters. That has always been their main purpose. The ground assault stuff has been a, afterthought. And when you use air superiority fighters against ground targets, that's not really efficient. And if the ground attack aircraft don't get flight hours and training to attack ground targets, I don't think the air-to-air units of the Russian Air Force get any training. And that could also explain why we've seen these airstrikes that miss by literal miles. Yeah. And it's also Russians being really dumb because they basically waste those aircraft. Because if you don't know what you're doing and you're flying a air superiority fighter and you're trying to hit ground targets and you know you're being laced by SAM sites, you're not going to put much effort into it.
Yes, and that's the thing is that the problem is that they don't emphasize the coordination with ground assault, right? Combat air support. They don't emphasize that when they call in for strikes. It's not combat air support. It's artillery. They focus on all their fire support from artillery. It's a Soviet doctrine, and they don't. They continue to. They don't use aircraft in the same coordinated effort, and that's something that certainly the West does, and we do, and we do it well. We definitely learn that coordination from the Germans. That's the thing. The Soviets, absolutely, they also lack joint standoff munitions. They lack guided munitions as a whole. They do have them, like CAB 1500, CAB 500s. TV guided bombs, laser and radar guided munitions, air to ground missiles, but they don't have. They have different types of them, but they're not as accurate. They're not as reliable. The newer systems, there's not enough of them, and of course, there's also they are still largely referring to using Fab 100s, Fab 500s, dumb bombs, and that's same thing going on in Syria. It was going on in Syria as well, as they were largely using just dumb munitions in hitting targets in cities, and it was indiscriminate bombing. And even with DOSABs, it's not that you can get them accurately, but they don't attempt to. I mean, it's certainly look at Mariupol and other aspects. Obviously, there's many instances, certainly early in the conflict and continued on now, that they are not using, then they're not, and they're not attempting to. There's absolutely there's reasons why they continue not to, and it's because it's unimportant to them.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. And when we look at the situation in Syria, the Russians were basically pretty safe when they were flying those aircraft, because in that region they didn't have a lot of anti-air missiles. So they didn't have any man-pads, or they did have them, and occasionally when we saw one, we also saw Russian losses. But mostly what the Syrians had were like these anti-air and batteries, like the Shilkos and stuff like that. And those are very inaccurate, very hard to hit targets that are flying up high. So I think you're absolutely right. It doesn't matter to the Russians, or it didn't matter to the Russians whether they were accurate or not, because they were bombing big targets from above. But now we see that they're in big trouble, because they if you were smart, you would try to attack these Ukrainian convoys with air support, but they don't have the capability to do so. Those are small mobile targets, not big cities.
And that's the thing. Their biggest combat air support aircraft would be an Su-25. And they've got plenty of rails for unguided rockets, UB-16, 32s, you can all kinds of different S-13, S-8 rocket pods, and that's the large majority of what they would carry. They can carry air-to-ground anti-tank missiles. They can carry numerous guided munitions, but they don't. They are. It seems like they won't, because they won't use it, as they don't function to the same combat air support priority that we do in the West. And even
yes, and those platforms, they are resilient. They are very good planes in a sense. They are very good ground tech aircraft, but they also suffer from the same problems that the A-10 suffers from. They are, in relative scale, pretty slow. And if the enemy has air defenses, man pads, or even worse, actual SAM sites or mobile SAMs, those aircraft don't really have much to counter those systems. They have some flares, but the modern missile systems can pretty easily shoot those planes down. So it's a risky business.
Yes, they make themselves big targets for SAMs, especially medium range systems and short range systems. They flying low, you're always going to be at range in at risk of CRAM or anything like that, or stingers. Whether they be the Humvee variant or the MANPADS, but also up high, they're not as fast, so that they have a harder time maneuvering to escape surface-to-air missiles. They do have chaff and flares, but it's certainly they are there's no stealth aspect to them. That's for sure. You got to fly low with them, and then circle around and nap of the earth and train flying, low terrain flying, because it's especially in a hostile environment where there's a lot of radars and SAMs. The most proactive thing to do, of course, would be for suppression of enemy air defense to take out the SAMs and then bring in your combat air support. And of course, that they don't do that, and you need to be able to have the anti-radar systems, which you could put on those anti-radar missiles. You could put on Su-25s as well, but they don't prioritize that. They don't prioritize SED nearly as much, and of course, combat air support for aircraft is really non-existent, and certainly in this conflict, it shows that.
Yeah, and just to underline this fact, like, these aircraft are very basic. The early A-10 variants also suffered from the same problem. When you're flying an aircraft high above the enemy in a rather fast phase, it's really hard to see the enemy. It's really hard to see out of the cockpit, especially if you don't have some sort of digital maps or some sort of software or data links or radio contact with the ground forces. You need to look out the window and try to assess where the enemy is. And that can be very difficult when you're flying very fast up off the ground. And especially if the enemy is camouflaged or inside a building, next to a building, or something like that, in a forest. So it doesn't surprise me that the Air Force has been quite ineffective. And yesterday, I think we got a report that was unconfirmed. I never saw the wreckage, but it was reported yesterday that the Russian Air Force hit one of their own S-300 sites, which is totally possible when you actually know that these systems are run by people who don't know what's going on below.
It's not surprising because if you don't have the IFF and digital Blue 4, Red 4 systems the way the West does, the new systems, even the ground systems have those, and they can find out, they can make sure that there's no blue on blue friendly fire incidences, and they know where the enemy is. The most sophisticated militaries on the Western side, U.S. definitely, Canada, Great Britain, and France, and they have that. And the Russians, if they don't have that, and they don't, those systems are not up to date. Is even the most modern tanks that has to be an integrated system. I mean, it's an integrated tactical display system that runs from command level down all the way down to brigade and into unit per unit, and that's like the first armored division. They don't have that, and so they make a wrong move, and because the Russians and the Ukrainians use the S-300 system, easy enough to make a mistake. You get the mapping wrong or the direct coordinates wrong, and you're hitting the wrong target.
Yeah, and when some people bash their platforms like the F-35, for example, that it's so expensive and too complex and stuff, what these people usually don't understand is the importance of data link, for example. The fact that you can communicate with other air assets, other radars, ground troops, and pinpoint your targets without getting into harm's way, that's massive. Like, you don't have to do these kind of risky operations where you need to go fly low next to the enemy and search them by your own eyes. You can just fire a missile from 200 miles away. It's costly, but it's also much more efficient.
Yeah, and the more efficient you are, the less ammunition and the less munitions you're going to use as well. I mean, you're going to be more precise, even though those munitions may cost more. It's certainly on the guidance sense. You're actually using less of them to some degree, unless you have very good pilots that can drop, an unguided Mark 82 or a Mark 84 right down just like it is guided through the head-up display and through your circular area of probability. They're very good with doing that, and they were good with doing that downtown Baghdad. It's so it can work both ways.
To another topic, I just want to mention that I've heard a lot of rumors and reports from other OSINT accounts that the Russian CNC command and control has basically collapsed. And I think that's the case. Like, we've seen a lot of Russian signals and command vehicles being captured by the Ukrainians. And if those are gone and the command and control, the Russian HQs basically can't reach the troops, it's no wonder the troops are basically fleeing the battlefield.
Is this the regional command and control, or is this just in the Kharkiv Oblast, or is this in the central region?
In Kharkiv Oblast. There's been a couple confirmed strikes by the Ukrainians that they have hit command and control sites with precision strikes, most likely some sort of HIMARS strike or something comparable. But there's also been a lot of videos of signals vehicles being captured, and that's not good for the Russians. That's very good for the Ukrainians, though.
Dang, so many videos of them just driving unopposed into Izium. Sorry, go ahead, Aaron. I don't remember the last time we were getting this many pictures and videos and just this sheer amount of information. It's like, whoa.
Can I just also mention that the amount of vehicles the Ukrainians have managed to capture is insane.
That and the amount of vehicles and equipment that Russia has just been abandoning the last day or so. Like, what is it? I forget exactly. It's some sort of electronics warfare, like, setup truck that they abandoned. Like, it's fully functional, and it's like one of the most expensive pieces of equipment they have, and they just left it sitting there. I guess
Yeah,
that says
but
something about just how much they are kind of just falling apart.
yeah, that was one of the counter battery artillery radars, and it was totally intact. They didn't do anything. And this is one of the baffling things as well. Like in the Western militaries, if you need to leave equipment behind, you try to destroy said vehicles. Like even if you can't destroy them fully, you try to at least cause some damage to them. But it seems the Russians are just leaving the vehicles. They they just get out and run. They don't bother to do anything.
Yeah, it's like, and it's not always clear, but it's like, I mean, I guess I could see, especially for larger equipment, that, you know, if they feel like they have to run to, you know, save their lives. But some of it, it's like nothing around them is burning. It doesn't look like they've been under bombardment. Like there's been quite a few where it looks like they just, I wouldn't be surprised if some of that is from, you know, like when a whole unit says screw it and surrenders or whatever. Although, ow, Smokey. Sorry, my cat jumped on my legs and he had one of his claws out. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, about like the whole unit surrendering. Trying to remember. I haven't really been, obviously I've been kind of out of it with COVID and everything the last month or so, but I know I saw something recently where that's still kind of going on. Maybe not at a huge rate, but you know, it's I could imagine there's going to be a lot of that over the next day or so as well. When you hear reports of that, especially with the speed, like how fast they've advanced. It's like some of them who might have, you know, run off or whatever probably don't have the time to. Go ahead, Uncle.
Yeah, and you're absolutely right. Like if you get ambushed or you see that vehicles around you are blowing up, yeah, you just run out of there. But as you said, there's been a lot of videos from sites that don't seem to have been bombed or attacked. And it's the same story with these weapon depots. There's weapon depots that are full to the brim with all kinds of ammunition, and they just left. No one tossed a grenade in or anything. They didn't even try. Like, people just left.
Yeah, it's been just one of those other. It's one of those other things that, like, there's so much about this that has been just little details or big details, but also kind of like not related to the actual fighting. Just things like that, where it's like the manner in which you find equipment or the manner in which they surrender or whatever, that just has really added to our. It's helped us to be able to kind of analyze what the hell is going on. Because, I mean, it's just stuff that you would not see if there was even what's the word? A modicum, I guess is the word. A glimmer of organization and discipline and, like basically what you see in, militaries in NATO and stuff. It's not so much mind-boggling anymore like it was in the first couple months, but it is still just wow. It's weird to watch. Go ahead, Jason.
Yeah, there was yeah. If that area has the electronic warfare platforms in it, and they're still intact, and they're out of the control of the Russians, that's a really good thing. Because we had an M777 crewman tell us that, because somebody had asked about aerial reconnaissance, what's going on with that, and he said that they were using a lot of commercial drones for it. The Ukrainians are, and some of them would just literally, like, the DJIs would just be in the middle of service operating and then just fall from the sky. And there is an electronic warfare platform where the radar is just powerful enough, and concentrates on a target to damage it. And I don't know which exact platform that is. I do have a table of them, so I will have to go back and look at that. But if they're out of commission, that's a good thing. So then you don't have to be scared. Walk around with your unit, because you can have air surveillance without your drone falling out of the sky. Then.
Yeah, I think the vehicle you were referring to was a Moscow 1 electronic warfare unit, but that was destroyed, most likely by airstrike or by artillery. But it's a good thing because they don't have many of those. I think they used to have 9, so they may now only have about 7, because I think one other unit was also destroyed. So I think they have lost at least 2 since the start of the war. But the intact vehicle was a counter battery radar.
Thank you so much, Enclave. That helps me. That way I don't have to run back and look right now. I can take my time. I'll look at it later and do some research.
Yeah, it was a Moskva 1 electronic warfare vehicle.
I cannot wait to see what time does ISW come out. I think it comes out in about an hour and a I can't remember. Let me see. Anyway, I can't wait to see the map.
Usually it comes out around 6:15 or 7:15 Eastern time, typically.
I'm gonna like immediately post a snapshot side by side from yesterday and today. Although I wouldn't be too surprised if if it's not a big change until like Sunday when they can actually really, like right now it might be. What the hell is wrong with my internet? What am I trying to say? Right now it might be like a lot of the maps might be the changes are more like the reports of or unverified, more or less.
Yeah, there's a lot of contradicting information going on right now, and I would say that most maps at this time are very unreliable. Most likely by design, because if we're left here asking where the front line actually is, the Russians are basically asking the same question most likely, and that may cause them to panic or fall back because they don't know whether they've been encircled at the moment. So we'll see.
This is Beam Engineer just sent me. Babe, wake up. Ukraine took 15 towns I can't pronounce.
Yeah, that was a meme that I had retweeted earlier today.
I love it.
That's quite funny.
Yeah, we could start a new drinking game every time someone mispronounces a town name and take a shot.
Yeah, we'd be drunk by 7 o'clock in 2 hours. We'd be drunk.
Especially with the Brits. It's in like southern England specifically, the accent, like fidget. It just, there's something about their accent that makes it so hard for them to pronounce some of the names. I'm always teasing Fidget about it. Engineer Q.
I thought you were going to say we were going to get wasted easily.
Yeah. To be fair, I would. It makes me. I can pronounce a lot of them, but I stumble on them because, like, I learned. Like, I'm not by any means fluent in Russian, but I studied it for about a year or so in high school, and like I can read it a lot better than I can speak it. But it's like Ukrainian and Russian is actually, it looks similar, and in a lot of ways it is similar, but when it comes down to syntax and how the languages are constructed and like things like which letter typically comes after another letter for a certain pronunciation, they're actually very different. Like Ukrainian is more similar to Finnish, I think it is. it's either Finnish or Swedish. I think it's Finnish than it is to Russian. I believe is if I'm remembering this article because I did like I became obsessed with the languages for like most of February, and it was just fascinating to read about it. Ukrainian is just such a amazing, unique language, but it also has a lot of commonalities with languages you wouldn't think it would. Anyway, that's a really long way of saying that, as much as the alphabet is pretty much the same though, so I can pronounce a lot of them on sight, but I still get tongue-tied over it because I start to, especially if I'm trying to, it's like a weird, that Cyrillic to the Latin or English rather alphabet is just, my brain stumbles on it. So yeah, we would be wasted pretty quickly. We should do that though. We should have a contest, the night Ukraine wins, it's just uncontested victory. We all come into the space and we have to pronounce as many names as we can and take a shot every time we get tongue-tied or whatever.
You would hear the sound of vomiting.
Yeah, we probably
real
would.
time in the space.
But don't worry, it would be like old times, everybody would still stay in the space even though the hosts are sleeping.
So I'm guessing you need
Guilty.
Ukrainian to be referee or whatever on pronunciation.
Yeah, that's a good idea. We could get a couple Ukrainians and then we'll
Yeah.
that would be funny. What a day it has been for Ukraine. This has just been I saw some pretty good kind of analyzing the strategy in a sense and speculation on why now, why did why this approach, stuff like that, kind of more the big brain takes. And somebody made a good point about how this is a good way for Ukraine to shore up continued Western support to show that they are very much effective and capable of executing this war and succeeding. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense, especially with winter coming fairly soon. I mean, I don't know, I could see Ukraine basically not relenting at all during the winter, which, I mean, I can only imagine how much more Russia would just fall apart trying to defend any territory in the winter.
I agree. I was going to say, I think it's a good point when the West should be basically, if the Ukrainians should be basically like, if you want this to end, you need to help us with while we're on the front foot, while we're on the counteroffensive, and this will be much more. This will end much sooner. We won't need any more help, or we won't be, how to put it.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We won't need constant resistance.
Go ahead. Okay, and knowing Russian logistics, I doubt they have winter gear ready.
At the same time, Ukraine's uniforms, I would do Ukraine though at the same time, because Ukraine has somewhat relied on a good amount of donations of warm weather gear, etc. Granted, they've probably been doing it before, sort of with the war in the Donbass. They've had, it's been quite a bit from what I've saw,
quite a bit of trench warfare from from particular soldiers who have had a social media influence at the time. Like, I'm trying to think, who's Aiden Aslin, aka Cossack Gundi, the one of the Brits that got captured a few months ago.
And I think I mentioned this yesterday, but it was announced a couple days ago that US, Canada, Sweden, and Finland are going to send winter gear for 200,000 soldiers. So that's good.
Yeah, that is quite a lot. I'm not sure what Ukraine's about current, like, on the front line numbers are, because I know they have, was it the 1 million, that's the thing about the 1 million in reserve or something, or the 1 million soldiers in training. Speaking of training, I read today that Spain's now going to be training Ukrainians. I don't know if that's old news or anything, though.
To be totally honest, I think the military will be fine, but I'm scared of the civilian population suffering because, well, if it gets really cold, Russia may try to pull off some sort of nasty tricks by attacking power plants and stuff like that, if this war still goes on by then. But yeah, I'm afraid of the civilian suffering.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, shit. Can you guys actually hear me all right? Or was there any... Was it bad at all? Because I know it was bad earlier.
It's better than earlier. It's not super clear, but it's definitely not as bad as earlier.
Okay. Good to know.
Patrick Fox is in a group chat I'm in, and he just said this is the kind of collapse you read about profound strategic implications. If UAF can avoid getting out over their skis by advancing too far, this just got uglier for Russia in a big way. I don't think I could put it better myself. It really is. Like, that's why when I made a tweet earlier before opening the space, I said, what did I say? Said something about, like, this is, how did I put it? I don't remember how I worded it, but basically saying this is a historic day for, like, military in the world. Like, this, and it really is. Like, this is military history was made 100 times over in the last 48 hours. Like, this will be studied in every military in the West and in democracies for generations to come, I'm sure. It's pretty amazing.
Yeah,
Yeah,
things are serious when Russian state TV is saying we should pray for our troops. Like, yesterday was one of the most funniest days I've seen in Russian state TV. They were in panic mode.
I can only imagine. I don't typically watch, but I might over the weekend just because they're just probably going to be like, you can't even bluster your way through this, really. It not unless you've rehearsed it. Like, this is just, how do you lie about this? I mean, and make it make any sense. It's so transparent when they come out, like, pull shit out of their ass, and you there's no way to sugarcoat most of this. Hey, Planet.
Hello. I just wanted to say it's the first time I've been able to say I just woke up in a grammar space. I haven't been able to say that in months. And I am going to be that person in the space to say, can you tell me what I've missed while I've been asleep for just like a few hours?
Where do we begin?
Right.
A lot.
It's
Yeah.
only been a few hours. Just, I think I slept for, I don't know, 4 hours or something.
Basically more of the same. Go ahead, Spectre.
Oh, I was going to say, Ukraine may be, or apparently, reportedly, on the border, right on the outskirts of, is it Lysychansk, I think? I heard.
Got some, like, really bad feedback or something going on all of a sudden.
Man, it sounds like you're being eaten by a chainsaw.
Yeah, it sounds like there's, like Planet said, it sounds like there's a chainsaw or something coming through your mic, dude. You still doing it?
Oh man, make the bad men stop. Oh, please.
Yes. Basically, yeah, they are as far they've basically more of the same from before you went to sleep. They have just pushed. They've gotten, I want to say it's somewhere between 2,000 to 2,500 square kilometers. It's amazing. I'll see if I can find ISW is going to come out in the next. Yes, Jippity, it is Mercury is in the Gatorade. That is definitely what's going on. Anyway, yeah, it's ISW should be coming out pretty soon too, but I'll see if I can get a good. I don't think anybody's really bothered trying to create like a cohesive Twitter thread at this moment because or recently maybe
What I ended up doing yesterday, or before I went to sleep, the last like 24 to 48 hours, I've been just hanging on every tweet from War Monitor 3 and Language Learner as well. So that's sort of been my coping mechanism. But like, there's so many tweets thick and fast, and and each person says that their map is out of date within like 3 hours or something.
Yeah, I wouldn't pay too much attention to what War Monitor was saying about the center of Moscow because they were just having a parade there. It's City Day in Moscow. That's why they cleared up the middle of it because they're prepping for that.
Okay, well, yeah, mostly I hang on his statements for what's going on the ground because Language Learner gave him a good review in another space we know about.
I'm just going to jump in really quick. Grammar, you were saying that you don't know how they could twist it. Oh, they've twisted so much, it wouldn't surprise me if they would try to, really twist this around. So, Parr has definitely seen some tweets and like put them, to us to see how they're twisting things around. It's unreal.
Oh, I know they're going to. Like, they'll definitely try. It's just how quickly this has happened, and
Yeah, thank you for
helping, Patty.
It's been crazy. Because it's like with us, we're having, like, we can barely process it happening, and we're trying to, like, process it as it's happening. They're trying to process it and then turn it into propaganda at the same time. It's like, bless your hearts.
Such a Georgian saying.
Yeah, and John, actually, I had a call with him earlier, and he thanked me for my contribution for the Ukrainian stuff.
Thank you, Parr.
Go ahead, Spectre.
Is that any better?
Way better.
I'm using a pair of earphones that with only one ear works. So yeah, it's not the most ideal, but it's fine. Yeah, that's it. I was just checking to see if they work now.
But yeah, Russians tried to.
Oh, sorry. I'm just glad you survived because it sounded like the chainsaw was winning.
No, I'm here. I've got all 4 limbs, I think. Yeah.
But yeah, the Russians tried to twist it by saying that this was some sort of regrouping operation, that they intentionally pulled back to another front to attack in the Luhansk region or something like that. But even the Russian telegram is full of hate at the moment, and the Russian troops are shouting angrily at their commanders. They're even questioning Shoigu. Some of the Russian units are actually saying that the Shoigu is working for the Ukrainians. So they're not buying that. Russian propaganda has been quite effective, but whether they can actually twist this is dubious at best.
Dang. I hadn't heard that one yet, that they're saying he's working for Ukraine. That's damn.
Yeah, that was not an official statement, but some of the troops are now shouting that in Telegram.
Grammar and Enclave. That's been a while.
Vinaku.
It almost felt like it sounded like a double feedback. And like Patty, Planet, Pa, Brian, Double O.
Hello.
Hello. I can't keep track of shit. I sleep for all of 3 or 4 hours, and I wake up, and might as well just be the case that, like, they've just run through the entirety of the eastern half of Ukraine. Like, it's like, oh, I fell asleep.
Oh, they're apparently in Donetsk airport now, supposedly. Like, I can't keep up anymore.
Yeah, it's been just insane trying to keep up with things. Like, every time we turn around, like, I felt bad for everyone who does maps. Like, I think most of them just kind of said, you know what, I'm just gonna wait.
Yeah, I think who was it? Oh, I forgot his name. I'm looking for the tweet. He just basically goes, at this point, I'm just going to mark the entirety of Donetsk and Luhansk as contested. Like, I can't keep up anymore.
What was I fixing to say? Yeah, it's let me look at this map real quick. Basically, as far east as, like, they're definitely, we've seen a lot of videos of them in Izium, so definitely gotten through there. And like, they're like, in a lot of these videos, I think pretty much all of them that I've seen in the last couple hours, they're completely unchallenged. Like, they're not fighting for any of this territory anymore. They're just driving right in. It's amazing. We've heard a lot about Lysychansk and about the Donetsk airport, but don't have like solid confirmation on what's going on there.
I'm going to go ahead and drop down my. This device is about to run out of juice. I'll be back listening on a fully charged one.
Sounds good. Oh wow, they've made some pretty awesome, not advancements, but they've gotten some really solid hits on Russian bases and stuff in Kherson as well. That's pretty awesome. Where's 4K? I haven't seen her today. Needs to make an appearance. Did I let you connect, Ghost?
Yeah, finally, oh, sorry about that.
Twitter's like, never mind. Twitter is just acting a fool today. I can hear you.
Okay, good. You see,
Twitter is just not having it today. What is wrong with Spaces today? I wish they would quit adding new features with Spaces and like fix what's wrong with them. Right, Planet?
Sorry, what was that? I was in the middle of a message. What was that?
Nothing. I just literally was just like, right, Planet, just to call you out and see what would happen. And then when you didn't respond quickly, I was like, she's probably like, huh, what? What'd I do? I'm just messing with you.
That is so naughty. I'm still balancing my chemicals.
I know after I did it, I was like, oh man, she's probably not even caffeinated or anything yet.
Oh no, I'm not even thyroid med yet. I can't even form words properly, so
You'd be perfect right now for that drinking game we were just thinking up.
oh yeah, most of the time I could play a drinking game without actually drinking and still completely, be under the table.
We'll give you espresso shots instead.
Oh boo, yeah, and chocolate. If you give me chocolate and espresso, oh yeah, you got a party on your hands, girl.
Okay, Planet, can we please refrain from calling it espresso? Like,
oh God,
please.
I know. Do you know what? I had nails down a blackboard when I did it myself, and I'm so embarrassed. I know, and in front of so many people, and then you have to go and bloody call it out. God, Funaki, nasty pasty.
Yeah, well, I mean, if Jacoby was on here, then then there'd be hell to pay. So
I'm covered with embarrassment at this very moment.
could you be more specific?
Fuck off.
No, and I just wanted to ask you a question.
Damn it, I was just about to do that one.
Funaki, I do not have enough medications in my system to pronounce words every time correctly. I'm not amused. Can you please stop this? It's triggering me. Me being the absolute bloody grammar Nazi that I am.
All right. Call time on the phone.
It's quite all right. Lucky I love you.
I would be mildly terrified otherwise, given you're probably all of 30 kilometers away.
Well, I think it's more like, it could be more like 50, but that won't save you. That extra 20k won't save you.
Yeah, it's Melbourne. 50 kilometers is like a normal. I don't know. I mean,
how far is that in freedom units?
Hold on. About 31 freedom units. And we're specifically land-based freedom units, not nautical freedom units.
I love y'all. America, fuck yeah. Smoke cat. So, did I tell y'all? I think I might have said it in the group chat. I was trying to find a picture of my cat, my Russian blue cat, in the window, so I could make a meme about him being, a Russian blue and needing to be wary of where he sits on the windows and all that. Monkey, go sit in the window so I can take a picture and meme it. He's like, no, I'm good. Speaking of cats, where's Dishka? I think Dishka is outside. Isn't it spring in Australia right now? Yeah, or getting to be spring. What is the weather like in Australia? Has it been crazy, or have y'all been not crazy for once with weather?
So far this week it's been reasonable with a bit all over the shop. Melbourne weather tends to vary a lot within the day, but I think we've got another La Nina coming, so it's probably going to be tropical-ish.
Got another what?
La Nina. Like the weather.
Oh, I heard linguine or something. I was like, wait, what?
Like pasta clouds? I mean, I wish, but we're not there yet.
Flying spaghetti monsters. After this year, I would not be surprised. That reminds me, I've got I found this epic Alfredo recipe. That's what I was super pissed about when I got COVID. The day I lost my taste was the day I made I forget what I made for dinner, but it was really good for about 20 minutes, and then I literally as I was eating dinner my taste went, and I had baked a cake too. I was so pissed. I kept eating the cake. I had it for about, I think we finished it in about 3 days, but I kept coming back for another slice. You will come back. I will taste you, damn it. And then I baked 4 or 5 cakes throughout the week, the same. I baked two different recipes, but I was switching them off, and I baked the same ones to see if my taste was coming back. And it took about 6 days for it to start coming back, and then I didn't get it fully back for about 2 weeks. It was so weird. It was a really, I don't know, I never thought about it, but it's a really disconcerting experience to lose your taste and smell. It's you realize how important it is for just various things. There is a milk. I didn't know if the milk was bad. It was weird. Why did I go on that tangent? Oh yeah, I was gonna say I found this epic Alfredo recipe that I've been eating. Finally, I was starting to lose a shit ton of weight over the last year or so, and it was a lot of people get annoyed, but it's just as annoying to lose weight uncontrollably as it is to gain weight. And I was determined not to have to buy more clothes. So I've just been eating, like I said, a shit ton of cake and Alfredo. and I've been making it with linguine. That's why that popped into my head. But finally gained back some weight. So all in all, COVID kind of helped me finally start eating more. Oddly enough.
Wow. This is interesting. The losses from today are very, very bad for Russia. Let's just guess how many. This is closest.
Ooh, casualties?
No,
vehicles. Vehicles? Oh, wow.
Equipment.
Totals, I'm gonna go with...
Yeah, it's quite bad today.
387. I don't know, I'm just gonna throw a random ass number out.
What, lost today?
I would say 150 captured, 90 destroyed.
Are you just saying just from today?
Just from today. I think
no.
yesterday they lost something like 148 vehicles were captured. Yeah.
Let me check. I can check that exactly how many. Jacob Janowski posts like the complete list. Well, today it's not. Well, it's normally less than a page. It's normally about 10, and it's about 7 times that. It's about 70 things. It's normally about 10 things a day. It's about 70 today. Ukraine, on the other hand, only lost only 2 BTR-80s were damaged. That's obviously photographic evidence needed. But I'm not sure if that's due to good OPSEC or whatever. Maybe. Which, honestly, it could be just down to good OPSEC. But, I can... Let me check previous days. Okay, don't be scroll then. Oh, here we go. So yeah, yesterday was about 43, it says, for Russia and 10 for Ukraine. But about 3 or 5 of those things were aircraft, which are apparently old. Or like old wreckages or something. And were shot down ages ago. But yeah, the numbers are stacking up.
Just to add, the yesterday's numbers I saw didn't have visual confirmation, so take them with a grain of salt.
Yeah, so I think the ones I was going off are just visual confirmation. So yeah. What's this? Hold on.
Benaki, that's an awesome meme.
Apparently, Russians are firing Iskanders from the Belgorod region.
This is so incredible. Like, I'm still processing all of this. It's just wow.
By the way, did you see the video from today that showed a Russian convoy with civilian vehicles, because apparently they don't have enough support vehicles of their own, so they had just stolen a bunch of civilian vehicles so they can transport stuff.
No, I don't think I've seen that one yet.
Oh, what was I going to say? Oh, yeah. So is that thing about that Russian, like the whole general, whatever his name is, that's like in charge of the whole Western offensive or whatever, captured, is that actually true? Or I know there's a video of the photo of him, but I don't know if it's the same guy they're claiming it to be. Is that confirmed now, or does anyone know?
Trying to remember. I think the last time I saw anything on that, it was still unconfirmed, but I can look around and see if there's been any updates.
You know who I'm talking about, right? I can't remember his name or what rank he was. I think he was a Colonel General or something.
Yeah,
something
and
like that.
I'm trying to remember his name. You talking the one about like the post that was going around was like, I think it was like 3 or 4
The
pictures of the guy.
comparison or something.
Yeah.
Like it was him on his knees.
Yeah.
And then there was like another guy next to him, but he wasn't obviously as high a rank. Or nowhere near. I'm trying to think. Yeah, it looked like him, or quite possibly could, but I don't think anyone confirmed it.
I'm trying to remember the name of the website. There's this guy who has like, no, he's got a really well put together website, like dedicated just to Russian
generals.
Not, it's like it's got like all the POWs, and it's listed like it's really organized, like awesomely. I'm gonna have to like hold on. Let me rack my brain a bit.
Also, another thing that just come to mind: did Poland ever sign that deal with South Korea for like the tanks and the aircraft and whatnot? I know Poland just signed for some helicopters, for some. Is it Black Hawks? I can check. Give me a second.
They signed it at the end of August, I believe, and then
what the one with South Korea?
Yeah, Poland and South Korea. Hold on, let me double check.
Yeah, and then
Poland, $5.7 million main battle tank and howitzer deal.
Did that include aircraft in it? That was like originally speculated it would.
I'm not seeing it on this yet. This one,
but yeah.
Let's see.
Now Poland have bought 100 attack helicopters, Apache helicopters.
Oh wow.
Something real quick.
Yeah, that makes sense, because I know the other day after the big meeting and with Milley and Austin and all them, basically the US, like, it wasn't just that they were sending more to Ukraine, but also to the countries surrounding. So.
So yeah, I'm thinking that deal with Poland, that's between South Korea and Poland, if it did include aircraft, Or actually, that helicopter deal may mean. Does Poland? Let me just check something. Poland Air Force. I don't know if they have Mi-24s. I'm trying to think. Because if they do that would mean
they're replacing them. They signed a deal, or I don't know if they signed it yet, but I know they said they want to use I forget what they want to replace them with, but they're replacing the Mi-24s.
Hold on. Actually, it wouldn't be Air Force, it would be Army. Polish Army.
Yeah.
Helicopters almost had an attack with the Army, not Air Force. Polish Armed Forces. Aircraft. Yeah, Mi-24. How many? 30. Actually, that's outdated. Let me update that. Poland.
I like the title of this article on defensenews.com. Europe goes on shopping spree to fill capability gaps. That's one way to put it.
Poland intends. Oh, it only says intends in this one. Hold on. So, shit.
Apparently, let's see. Some major acquisitions include a $4.75 billion deal to buy 250 M1A2 Abrams tanks and a $4.6 billion contract under which Poland's Air Force will secure 32 F-35A fighter jets, and the Patriot acquisition designed to develop nation's mid-range air defense. Let's see.
So it's only intent to buy 100 helicopters or 100 H-64 Apache helicopters. Well, actually, here it says 96. Okay, close enough.
Let's see, and I think Czech is the Czech Republic is in talks to buy F-35s as well.
I think that's it. Something about that. Let me check this.
Like, y'all really want to do that?
Because Poland ordered 32 F-35s currently. And then, they ordered the 48 T-50 Golden Eagles from Korea. And it says they're light multi-role, but on here it says advanced trainer and light combat.
Who is back? Welcome back, Spook. Oh, I didn't see your hands up, Enclave, my bad.
Oh, so I wasn't paying attention, sorry.
Yeah, were you referring to Lieutenant General Andrei Shevoy earlier?
It could be. Let me search that name and see what comes up. Andrei Shevoy. I don't know how to spell that. General and
SYCHE.
Wait, this guy looks like it could be him. Oh no, it's someone else. That's Andrei Mordvicic. How do you say you spell it? Sorry.
S. YCH.
SYC.
HAVOY. Why? 'Cause, 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 'cause
Oh, yeah, this could be him, actually. Yeah, I think that is the picture I'm looking at.
Yeah, it's not confirmed, and there's some reason to doubt these claims because, well, you can't see his head from the both sides, but it seems the actual lieutenant general is partially bald, and unless he received a very quick hair transplant, I don't think that's the guy.
I mean, people were saying because his ears and the mole on his face is speculation as to why it is him.
Yeah, they look very similar. It could be him, but I think we haven't heard any confirmation from any side. They look very similar, but the actual lieutenant general is partially bald. So,
I mean,
yeah, unless he grew hair or
well, I
got
mean,
a hair
he's sort of
transplant.
bald. He's shaved. He's more shaved, but he looks like he's got a bit of a bald spot on the back.
Yeah, we can't see him from the bald side, so it could be him. But
do we have any other photos of like him, Lieutenant General Andrei Chavoy in uniform?
Yeah, I can send you one.
Okay.
Just a second.
That's not it. Wait, hold on. Here's a photo. Are you looking at this photo? Russians with attitude, or someone from? Because I see what you mean, sort of in bolding. He's sort of bold in that one. But also, I guess it could be the light. If it's sort of, it could be sort of the light of it. Both guys have a big nose.
I don't know what post it is, but
if you just search,
let me send you a private message.
But yeah, I'm just looking at if I search to General Andrei Chavoy, or I can't say it. It's like one of the first post images. It was like it comes up in images. And there's no insignia or no. Where do they keep the name? Like when they're in actual sort of combat uniform, where do they keep them? They have a name thing, or whatever it's called. You can see he's a 2-star general. Is that right? 2-star general. So that's.
That insignia is Lieutenant Colonel, I think.
2-star rank, Major General, apparently.
Yeah.
So what does that mean? It doesn't make sense for him unless it's different in Russia. 2-star General, Russia. Let's search. Because in America it's a Major General, but it may be something different. Army General. Here's something from the Daily Mail, but it's the Daily Mail, so it could have. It's a tabloid, so it couldn't be reliable. Does anyone know where you can find the photo? Sort of that list photo of what's it called?
Can you send me a DM?
Can I what?
Send me a DM.
Oh yeah, sure.
Because I can't send one for you.
I'll just say hello or something. There you go. But what was I going to say? I was saying something, but I forgot what I was going to say. It's like an official photo or something, or like not photo. It's like a sort of how to put it. It's not like an actual official list, but it's like a sort of like how the losses update thing. It's just like a picture, and it has numbers, all the numbers of it of generals and what rank they were. yeah, it's not like an official thing, but it's like, yeah, just a daily update thing you post on, let's say, an Instagram story or on Twitter, for example. There was like a photo, yeah, and there's apparently like two, what's it? Oh, two of the second or third highest ranked lost already. I'm just trying to find that. Actually, let me mute myself real quick.
Hey Roy, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm well, Grammar. So seems like there's some update from the front lines that Ukraine just captured the Russians' 150th Infantry Division's flag. It's really funny. This infantry division was the one that raised their flag in the Reichstag back in 1945 in World War II. And the funniest part is that this infantry division was originally composed of the Ukrainians during the World War II. They're part of the 3rd Shock Army, 79th Infantry Corps, and 2nd Ukrainian Front. So I guess Ukraine just got their belonging returned back to them. So this is a very glorious unit during the World War II. So, well, but at the time, it's mainly made up by the Ukrainians. And this Ukrainian, the Soviet soldier who raised the flag in the Reichstag, his name is Kantlia. He was actually a Ukrainian. He was born and raised in Ukraine. He joined the partisan fighters in 1943. Fought about a little bit later. Then their hometown was liberated by Red Army, so he joined the Red Army main force. Then eventually raised the flag in the Reichstag. So this is a very interesting thing. This division was also fighting in Mariupol earlier during this war. They formed about 6 BTGs, and they were the main force, backbones to fight for the outskirt fighting in the Mariupol, since the urban fighting in Mariupol was mainly done by the Russian naval infantry, Kadyrovskys and the Donbas militias. So this is a very, very interesting thing because Russia only reinstated this division in 2017 for some tradition reason, and now they got their flag looted by the Ukrainians. I kind of feel like Russia probably will dissolve this unit after war.
That's incredible. This is. Do you have a video, or did you put the post on Nest or something?
Just pictures is online already. You can just search for 150th Infantry Division. It's online, like all over. Ukrainians are taking a lot of picture with it.
We'll do that. Go ahead, Enclave.
Yeah, it's also known as the Soviet victory flag. The only thing I would note is that we have seen a bunch of these flags all around Ukraine during this war. We saw them on top of tanks during the initial invasion from the Kiev region. We saw them in Mariupol, as you stated. We saw them in Kherson. We have seen them in Kharkiv. So it is very likely there's a bunch of them going around because Russians basically made a big deal out of it. It's like the little ribbons they have because, well, this is the next patriotic war or something like that. So there's a bunch of similar flags going around, but I think it's still a big deal.
I found the list I was looking for. It's posted by Russian officers killed in Ukraine. Or the account called. And yeah, it says here 2 lieutenant generals, 8 major generals, and then a load of majors, colonels, lieutenants, captains, senior lieutenants, and lieutenants. And yeah.
I forgot to mention that I don't know if it's a full list, but Rob Lee collects a list of notable Russian officers captured or killed.
What is?
A guy called Rob Lee.
I can share this post I'm referring to if anyone wants to see it. Oh, I think I can. Hold on. Let me retweet this.
Rob Lee is awesome.
By the way, one more thing about the supposed lieutenant general. Apparently, the story goes that he tried to disguise himself by changing uniforms, but he took a uniform of a lieutenant colonel, so that wouldn't be a wise outfit. Yeah, you're not a lieutenant general, but lieutenant colonels are going to be picked up anyway. So if you're trying to disguise yourself, that makes no sense. But as I said, could be the same guy, but if it is, we should hear official confirmation from the Ukrainians soon, because capturing a lieutenant general would be a massive news story, a propaganda victory.
There's a document here, but it's all in Russian. Also, yeah, it's not in English, the English alphabet, so I can't look for it all. Actually, if I throw this into Google Translate, he may be on this list. Shit, hold on.
Hey, Roy.
Hey, so about an hour ago, I think from the Ukraine's weapons tracker, Russia lost a Su-34 in Kharkov. Seems like it, and from the picture, it seems that thing is pretty beaten up. So couldn't tell, but seems like Russia is doing the same thing they were done before. They're dropping the unguided bomb with very advanced aircraft. It just sounds like we're using F-35 or F-15E Strike Eagle to dump the Mark 82 or Mark 84 um, on onto the enemy. It sounds like that. Like instead of using stuff like JDAM or SBDs. So like Russians and the Russian seems like withdrawing from the northern part of the Kharkov. So it seems like their counterattack there is going nowhere, and their second. So the main force of the Russians encircling the south is in Izum is remnants of the second Tamansky Infantry Division, and north is 150th Infantry Division. Both of them are in complete dissemination state, and the Russians, when they were withdrawing from the Kupiansk, they blew up the bridges there, and there's possibility of several thousand Russian troops are trapped west of the Oskar River when Ukrainians are tightening up the grips and encirclement. This is a pocket that Russians wanted to make at Dnipro in the beginning of the war, but couldn't. That Ukrainian was actually doing this. Russian wanted to do something like this in Severodonetsk to Ukraine, but Ukraine prevented that from happening. And now it's the Russians having the same dilemma. Now either getting captured or swim across the river.
Regarding the Su-34, I think we briefly spoke about it earlier. I think we looked at the video and its call sign was like Red 20 or something. Or I believe it was. Someone else can correct me if that's wrong.
It was Red 20.
Because I think the way people can tell it's a Su-34 is from the wheels or something. Or that's, I believe, what I saw of the way they're trying to tell it is.
No, I think they had the tail stabilizer, which had the number. I need to look at the video again, but you can clearly see it.
Yes, it's a Red 20. It's Red 20. So Russian has this weird naming things called their aircraft have something painted in white or blue, white, blue, or red. Some of them are white, blah blah blah. Some of the red, blah blah blah. Some are blue, blah blah blah. But generally speaking, if I wasn't mistaken, the air defense fighters, such as MiG-31s, the interceptors, they're generally speaking are blue, blah blah blah, blue something, and ground attackers like Su-25 or Su-34, they're red, blah blah blah, and white, blah 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 would be something like multi-role fighter like Su-30, Su-27 MiG, as well as the Su-35. I don't know. That could be mistaken. That's just one of the speculation I read online before.
Yeah, I think it's something like that, but they sort of name it. This is a stupid comparison, but they sort of name it like in Star Wars. Because they name it, because I remember in in chronological order, the fourth film, they say like, Red 5 standing by or whatever.
Explosions in Dnipro.
Speaking of aircraft, did y'all see that video of the Ukrainian helicopter that was like the wheel was almost touching the ground as he flew? That was amazing.
I think I know which video you're referring to, yeah. I may be wrong.
I'll see if I can find it again once I get my dogs in and stuff.
I'm gonna try quickly check to see if the Ukraine map's been updated at all. What's it called? The Deep State map. That's it. According to it, it seems the Russians have made a slight, a tiny move towards Bakhmut. They've made a tiny bit of progress in the last day or so, but not that much. They've taken, they've fully taken the town of, I think, Kodyma, and then moving into them. I'm not even going to try that.
Drink.
I don't have. Right, I'll try it. The Mykolivka Dera area.
Drink a shot.
I don't have any alcohol with me.
I'm just kidding.
I only have Pepsi Max.
I think someone else mentioned this, but it's kind of insane that Russia is keeping attacking on a different front when their eastern front in Kharkiv is basically collapsing, but they're still going for these smaller targets anyway. It's not like it's gonna distract the offensive in any way, but they are just wasting manpower there at the moment.
Still crazy to look at this map and see how much territory they just took back in, 1 day, 1 and a bit, onto this map. It's absolutely insane.
Damn, Russian Telegram is starting to call Putin names. They're calling Kharkiv a catastrophe.
Yeah, we just need it just needs to go. We just need to be chanting, "Come on, do a coup." Just what's that mean? With poking the stick. Come on, do something. Meme. But come on, have a coup. Do a coup.
Just a little coup. Come on, guys. You can coup it.
Yeah. You can coup it. I like that. Brilliant. I'm not sure if that was intended.
It was. I'm gonna spend the evening coming up with plays on words with the word coup in them.
You can play on words as much as you like. Just stay away from espresso, all right?
All right, I'll try to be super Pacific in my coffee choice.
We could see a new leader in Pat Hour by the end of the month.
Got a leader who's super cuckoo? Just do a little cuckoo. But don't. Okay, sweet. George Barros with ISW said they are going to drop their map soon. Hell yeah.
Who is?
ISW map is going to be
coming
up soon. Yep.
I don't actually. I think I've really been looking at the map. I just look at the deep state and the. I used to look at the what's it called one? The live UA map. That's it.
Yeah, live UA is pretty cool too.
I like the little pop-up things. That's sort of interesting. But yeah, saying that the deep state map has the like artillery range thing you can measure stuff with, which is also quite interesting.
By the way, talking about lieutenant colonels, I forgot to mention this. I saw this earlier, but Ukrainian paratroopers detained a Russian Lieutenant Colonel Artem Helemandik of the 18th Motorized Division, and he was shot in the butt, but received treatment after. Looked very happy. That was sarcasm. And I also know that you mentioned earlier the helo that crashed in Afghanistan. And when it happened, some local sources give some context to that event. Apparently, it was a training flight, but the Taliban is pushing new pilots to prove themselves. So apparently, the new pilot decided to make some cool moves and crash the chopper.
Oh, are you talking about the Taliban?
Can you repeat?
Who are you talking about? That Taliban crash earlier?
Yeah. So apparently it was a training flight, and the Taliban government is pushing new pilots to kind of prove themselves. So maybe they pushed them too far. Apparently, the local sources, this is what happened.
Yeah, that was just so cringe-worthy. I don't even know how to. It's just so like. It's like you can see the moment gravity just says, "Nope, you're done."
Yeah, when you push a chopper to that angle, there's no coming back from it.
I'm just like repeatedly refreshing ISW website right now.
Do we reckon their website will crash?
It might. I was having issues with it earlier. For some reason, it just wasn't responding. Let's see if it's good now. Yeah, it's fine right now. Cool. Good, good. Let's see. Let's see, their interactive map has. Do.
Hey, I got to go, but it was nice to see.
Nice to speak with you, Enclave.
Talk to you soon.
Feedback was horrible.
See you, Enclave.
Okay, now I can speak. Yeah, I got to go, but it was nice to see everyone, and it's nice to see the spaces are back. Have a nice night.
You too. Thanks for hanging out.
You too.
Nice to hear your voice, Enclave. It's been a long time.
I missed our crazy fins. I miss all y'all, actually. That's about as much emotion and warm feels you'll get out of me, but I did miss y'all.
I miss Juju. Tupac causing problems near your workstation.
Where are all my cats? Gigi, what are you doing? You want to see how much Russia sucks today? They suck a lot more than they sucked yesterday. He gave me a slow blink. He's like, yeah, they do.
I concur. Where can I find the ISW map?
If you go to their website is understandingwar.org. And then or if you just search like Institute of War on Google, it'll come up. And then on the front page they have it. You just have to scroll down a little bit.
Just so
I think right now they haven't dropped the one for tonight.
Understanding, I think here it is.
Just so that you know, I missed you too.
Oh. Did you miss my crazy Twitter spaces? He's like, yeah. Are you getting nappy? Yeah. You take a nap. I'll let you know when anything crazy happens. He's like, okay. I need to get Zuzu a little blue ribbon because he's already gold. So then it'll be the Ukrainian flag colors. And then I'll get Smokey a yellow one because he's a Russian blue cat. So he'll be blue and yellow. Can I just start calling him a Ukrainian blue cat?
I mean, surely he needs to go to Ukraine first. But
Yeah, I agree because I've got a Russian blue as well, and I don't want to call her a Russian blue anymore.
I was like, for the first month or so, I felt weird about one of my cats being named Dishka, which is the Russian machine gun. But then I saw Ukraine take somebody donated like a BMW, I think it was, to one of the cities.
I've seen that.
Yeah. And the mayor mounted a Dishka on top of it.
And
I
he
was like,
painted
all
it in
right.
like Ukraine colours. It was like a BMW convertible.
It was awesome. So then I was like, okay, Dishka, you can keep your name.
Are you looking at the interactive map?
Yeah, I was looking at that. It looks like it's fairly updated, but not quite as far east as.
There seems to be an issue, it says.
Yeah.
Just so you all know, I got a lot of weird looks in Target tonight while I was shopping and listening to you guys.
I'm still sort of new to Twitter, but someone's replied to one of my tweets, but I don't know what tweet it was. How do you check, like, see the full thing?
If you clicked on the notification, just scroll up. It should be. You should just have to scroll up, and it should show the rest of the thread.
I see. Yeah. Cheers. That helps.
No problem. Takes a bit of getting used to, especially when they do updates.
I mean, I'm sort of a little bit used to this. I've been using Discord for I don't know how many years now. Oh.
Yeah, their response time for their website is like 5,080 milliseconds, as opposed to like usually it takes 40 or not 40, 14 to 50 milliseconds for a response time. So yeah, their server might just be a little overloaded right now.
A little overloaded.
Oh, shit, what's this? Conservative Party of Canada announces new leader following election. Oh, Aaron tweeted that. I hope, what's his name gets in, Pierre Polive, or whatever his name. He seems alright.
Don't get me started on him.
Why?
Okay, I'll just give one example of why I just have issues with that man. The dude's father, actually, let me double check this before I say it, just to be on the...
Are you Canadian?
No, I'm American.
Oh.
But okay. I'm pretty tuned into... I'm not like super well versed in like all global politics by any means or anything, but I'll just say like mostly I've been keeping a close eye on a lot of like the conservative parties, or what traditionally has been conservative parties, anything right to the right, or definitely very to the right, because of what's been.
Do you consider yourself to the right or to the left?
I'm very much to the left, like very, very left, but that's not like it's not a, and this is why I pay attention, because a lot of these parties have not been about policies. Like, I'm very much, when it comes to actually politics and sitting down in the hard slogging work of government, like, I'm very much about, consensus, finding compromise and all that. So, yeah, am I to the left and like think that capitalism sucks and blah blah blah? Sure. But I also don't think that, we should just overthrow every business and, own the means of production and all that. Like, it's just not, I guess I'm realistic. I'll put it that way. I might have my ideological beliefs that I think would work better, but I also realize that, we've got millions and millions of people in any given country, and, you can't just, even if a system like you knew for sure it would work, it's like the whole, how do you transition and all that. But yeah, anyway, just like with like Viktor Orban in Hungary and Marine Le Pen in France and France, I don't know why I said it like that, in France, and what's going on in Italy,
As long as someone gets replaces Trudeau, I'll be happy. I'm going to assume you disagree with that statement.
I mean, I don't have really strong feelings about Trudeau one way or the other. Like, he's definitely... Whoa, what is this plane doing? Oh, sorry. No, I was checking flight radar, and there's a plane that looks like it's heading... It's like over the Black Sea and looks like it's heading to go over Lake Crimea, but basically it's just flight radar lost signal or whatever with its transponder, so it put it on the course that it would normally be going. It's going from Frankfurt to Tokyo, and because of everything going on, they've had to... A lot of flights have, obviously shifted their flight paths like drastically. So normally it would be going that way, but yeah, it just lost track of the transponder.
I mean, in Great Britain, we just had a Conservative, like Prime Minister, or not? Yeah, we've got a new Prime Minister because the Conservative Party had an election, and we got Liz Truss. She didn't seem. Yeah.
She's I'm withholding my judgment because
I wanted Ben Wallace to run.
Oh yeah, Wallace I think would have been well. At the same time, it's like he's definitely needed where he's at right now.
Yeah, but I think no one can really hate him. He's like even people on the left. He's not done anything that people could find wrong, really. Apparently, it's the only thing on Wikipedia, like, for example, about him that's apparently sort of negative is the fact his wage is a bit higher, but that's because he has a bigger constituency, which is, I guess, fair enough.
Right. It's especially if he's actually talking to his constituents and stuff.
And
but
traveling back and forward.
Oh yeah. And he's very much. He does his job, like, is what the type of guy he seems to me like. And that's why there's not much to say about him negative. Like, he just he actually does his job and he cares about it, and he's been pretty much kicking ass the last few months.
Yeah, he's like one of those people like people can say no, he's not. Like, even the people on the far, let's say the far opposite, could say no, he's not. Like, let's say people generalise, they say all Tories are bastards or whatever, he can say, nah, he's alright. Even they could probably say he's not that bad. I think someone people could just, no one can disagree with. There's nothing to really disagree about, he's not really bad.
He's one of those rare politicians where I think most people, or at least the vast majority of people, would be like, okay, I may not necessarily like his party or whatever, but I believe he will do what's best for the country. Like, we'll be okay with him in charge.
Yeah. I really did want him to run because I thought he would have made a good Prime Minister. Saying that his like portrait for his new job, I was just like seeing them all thinking, like trying to make up sort of, what's the word? If I was let's say, a very extreme sort of critic of them, sort of making, let's say, what sort of look they gave into the camera. Like, I was like, one of them like saying, like, I'm going to deport your whole family, sort of look, like, if that makes sense. Like, what sort of look they gave into the camera for their official portrait. I was sort of thinking. Oh, shit. Oh. One of us thinking, I'm going to text the hell out of you, for example. That's not just an example. That wasn't the actual one. Yeah, just sort of thinking what look they gave into the camera.
Oh yeah.
Like,
I'm gonna text the hell out of you.
I'm going to do this for my family.
Right.
For example.
Oh, come on,
Saying that Ben Ross says, I'm going to shit out of your country. I mean, especially since he's defense secretary, that would make sense.
Right, yeah.
So, sort of extreme. Sort of what look they gave if I was trying to be extreme critic of them. Sash. A fierce, like, opposing comedian or whatever.
Yeah. Oh, man. What part of the country are you in?
South of England.
South. Cool.
So I guess, yeah, we've dove into politics. Oh, someone joined.
Oh, that's okay. We're We're all pretty. We try not to like. Usually, I mean, well, I don't. We typically like when I was running this like 24/7. We didn't go into like domestic politics too often, or at least we tried to make it very much related to what's going on in Ukraine and stuff. And for the most part, like we stick to that. But at the same time, I also have this general belief that like what's going on domestically, like affects what's going on in Ukraine as well. So it's like I don't mind, and as long as essentially like my main thing here is just don't be an asshole to each other. Like, and
Yeah,
we can talk about
that's a
whatever.
good starting point.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, just don't
Hey,
start
Emma.
calling each other fascist or communist.
Right, like, if you want to have an actual discussion, let's have an actual discussion and not bring
let's just not
ad hominem and all that into it. Yep.
Hey guys.
Hey.
Oh, I got a bit of an echo on my end, so hopefully I'll be able to focus
That
on
could
what I
be
want to
due
say.
to me. Hold on.
Oh, okay, yeah, and it has stopped, so I'm all good. Just because things are a little slow in the conversation, I just wanted to take a minute to say, Grammar, it is so nice to have you back. You just sort of disappeared, and I was like, oh, what happened to that girl? So I think I got COVID sort of about when I hear your timeline. I think I just had it just a little bit before you, and it seemed like everyone was getting COVID. But I'm glad to hear that you're back, all well and healthy, and just super. It's super nice that you're hosting spaces again, and I just wanted to share that.
Oh, thank you. It's good to be back. And yeah, it basically like there's 3 of us in the house. It hit one person and then it hopped to I think my spawn got it when he started back at school early August. And it was like the end of the second week. And then about 4 to 5 days after he tested positive, I was like, my throat kind of is scratchy, and then I woke up in the middle of the night like just ungodly pain. Like my head was just pounding and I was like I was sweating but chills and all that, and then it knocked me out for good like 3 to 4 days, and then slowly it like eased up. It almost went away as quickly as it came, but then like some of the like I definitely just needed to rest. And then obviously like with my lupus and everything, I was like, I'm just gonna take the time out to rest and give myself a mental break and read some books and just chill. And it was a nice little break that it kind of forced me to take. So, but I'm definitely glad to be back. I'm glad you're doing okay too.
Totally a well-deserved break too, even after you felt a little better, because it takes a lot. Like I can't imagine what it's like to do this, spend so many hours doing this, and it does take a toll mentally. I know we all want to stay engaged, but it is hard. It definitely is hard. So yeah, glad it's all worked out, and yeah, I'll keep listening.
Thank you. Yep. That's one thing. Let me just give my little public service announcement that we try to give. It's like everybody take breaks. Like even over the next couple days where it looks like, we're gonna have some really, really good news for a while. Like just take breaks. Make sure you're eating. Make sure you're getting some rest. Go touch some grass. Pet your animals if you have them. Hug your people. Just take care of yourselves.
I couldn't say any better. I absolutely agree.
It's something I've learned the hard way multiple times, and the universe had to just start beating my head over like with a 2x4 to get me to realize, hey, if you don't take care of yourself, you can't do anything else. You can't take care of anyone else. You can't do what you need to do. And about 27, 28 years old, I was like, you know what, universe, you're right. Let me start, self-care is good.
Ooh, this is interesting, if anyone's interested. During the last 72 hours, Russia has lost 6 Kh-101 cruise missiles, all intercepted, 2 X-59 missiles, duds in brackets, 2 Ka-52s and 1 Mi-24 helicopter, 3 Su-25s, and which were man-padded apparently, and 10 Orlan 10 UAVs, which in total cost about 150. Russian equipment in like deoccupied territory or something. I'm just looking at this now on Jesus. Holy shit! There's like so many things I can see. I think to see is that a Pion, S7 Pion, 2SM Pion, some Gozdikas, and some 2S3 Akatsias, and I think I see a few T-72s in there. But yeah, it's pretty girthy, and some recovery vehicles. But yeah, there's looks like a lot of stuff. Like, holy shit.
Is Wolverine in here? Why is he messaging me but not in here so I can be lazy and not have to type back? Well, if anyone else is wondering what he was asking, it's about Vovchansk and if it's confirmed. So if anybody else does have some more confirmation about what's going on in Vovchansk, Vovchansk, because it looks like basically rumors at the moment, but I am seeing interesting videos that claim to be from there. There's a lot of people saying they have taken the city and that Russia. Wait, well, hold on, let me read this real quick. RF, so Russian Federation, Ostov, Vol, yes, Volchansk. Goroda. Hold on. Evacuate. Yep. It looks like they are evacuating from Vovchansk to Belgorod. Interesting.
Oh,
That was a few hours ago too, so that if that would track with at least it looks like right now I would say tentatively confirming that Ukraine has definitely partial control of the city. So
I've just seen something that's aged very well. This is a tweet from February 23rd from someone called Richard Hanier, fellow at UTA, at UT Austin, and I don't know, he's a person of some stuff, don't know, someone to do with politics and analytics stuff, but anyway, he said, and I'll quote, "The fact that no one in America is saying Zelensky should surrender and save lives when we all know resistance is hopeless shows how deranged our political culture is on issues of foreign policy. Death cult. We see if he's one of the front line. We'll see if he's on the front lines with them or runs off to Virginia." This is February 23rd. Yeah, that aged really well.
runs off to Virginia. Like, why Virginia? I think he meant Washington, D.C., but what? Who was that again?
Someone called Richard Hania. Hanania.
Wow. Oh, Language just said that apparently that town I was talking about, Russia negotiated a surrender of it, so that makes sense.
So is it now confirmed that the airport I've just seen someone come up again about Donetsk airport. Is that confirmed now, or do we know, or no?
I haven't seen anything saying for sure where that.
Earlier, and you may have answered, but I forgot.
Oh, no, you're fine. Yeah, I'm waiting to see what ISW says about that area, because that's been...
see what Defender says.
Yeah, I mean, I would not be surprised.
Hold on. Actually, is Open Source Intelligence Defender in here? Not that.
No, I don't think he is right now.
He was earlier.
Yeah.
I'm streaming it. At the time, it was extremely unconfirmed.
Let me do a quick look around in my usual rumor mills.
Wow, I've just seen this from Geo confirmed. Apparently this is Geo confirmed. Sparta Battalion holds Donetsk airport, claimed to be no Ukrainians on the horizon. So maybe the claim was false. This has just come up. Let me see what it's saying. but on the other hand, the video could be made before Ukraine took it. It wouldn't surprise me if it was.
The ISW hasn't updated their website, but they're posting the maps on Twitter right now, and wow. There's a lot more blue than there was yesterday, that's for sure.
What's the next? This is interesting. ZSU counteroffensive in the Donbass. The ZSU is engaged in what may likely become the most stunningly successful counteroffensive since the IDF Operation Gazelle during the 1973 Yom Kippur War. Let me have a look at this picture.
Okay, I think I'm going to run to get a small bottle of whiskey or something to take a holy shit, this is awesome shot, and I need to run a quick errand, but
Zelensky's posted something.
Oh, hell yeah.
Through the account of general stuff, account of Ukraine, but it's all in Ukrainian, and there's no subtitles.
Cool, I will take a look. Yeah, I'm gonna run a couple errands real quick. I can't talk. And then I'll restart a space in about 30 to 45 minutes after I catch up on ISW and everything.
Okay.
So I will talk to y'all in just a little bit.
Stay safe.
Adios.
See you soon.
Oh, hold on, Jason's requesting real quick. What's up, Jason? Oh, or was he requesting?